It's a time-honored tradition. Each year, from all walks of life, from all around the world, men of a special breed, some muscle-bound, some with hearts of steel, all providing memories to last a lifetime. Reaching down deep to pull off that feat of feats to become the world's strongest man. Let a new chapter in this storied history begin. 40 athletes from 24 countries have come to this port town of Tangier, Morocco, as we get started in this year's edition of the Metrics World's Strongest Man. On today's show, you'll see 4 events. Today, we start with the Super Yoke, where 2 engine blocks are carried with a bar across the back. Then it's the tree trunk lift for reps. It's giant, all right, 838 pounds. Next up, the Hercules hold. How long can these strong guys hold 2 cars suspended on an upslope? The tire flip is the grand finale, an event that mixes speed and strength. The tire is 800 pounds and is over 5 feet tall. A capacity crowd on hand at the Tangier Harbor to see the 4 athletes of group number 1. From Denmark, one of the youngest competitors in the field, Torben Sorensen. From the Czech Republic, Jaromír Nemec. One of the pre-event favorites, Finland's Riku Kiri. And the pride of St. Louis, Missouri, USA, Ralph Williams. And so after months and months of preparation, these 4 go head-to-head, the winner of the group to the World Strongman Final here in Tangier, Morocco. Working with me, my partner for these shows, Bill Kazmaier. Bill, as we look at the lane assignments, you got to like Riku's chances, although there could be a dark horse in this group.
You know, I sure do like Riku. It could be his time coming after years of preparation. Lift!
Ralph Williams gets a nice step ahead. Oh, but he goes down fast, Bill.
He's just a little bit forward. You know, once the Super Yoke hits the ground, you can't pick it up and continue.
Well, 3 of our competitors have already touched down. Let's see what Riku Kiri can do.
He looks strong like a tree.
25 meters seems like a long way for mere mortal men, but for Riku Kiri, carrying that excessive weight on his shoulder, not even a strain. So does Riku Kiri, victorious, his wife in the background cheering him on. She will be vocal throughout this competition. And her passion pays off as her husband claims the first event here in Tangier, Morocco. Let's go down to Bill Kazmaier, who's with our winner.
Great race.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm running this event, but this is a little bit more weight.
880 pounds, does that feel good on your back?
Yeah, I feel it's okay, but that's it. I'm happy this time.
Super effort, Rico.
So winning the first event, Finland's Riku Kiri, followed by Torben Sorensen, Ralph Williams from the USA, and Jaromír Nemec.
Hi, I'm Ralph Williams. Coming up next, the tree trunk lift. Stay tuned.
This edition of The World's Strongest Man is being brought to you by Metrics. Welcome to Tangier, Morocco, and ESPN's coverage of the World's Strongest Man presented by Metrics. Hello once again, everyone. Todd Harris, along with 4-time World Strongman champion Bill Kazmaier. Bill, as we watch the Super Yoke, Riku Kiri absolutely flew down the course.
Oh, he sure did. Rico's the kind of athlete that will never give you half an effort. I think he might have went a little too fast and expended too much energy, but we'll find out later in the competition.
All right, let's talk about this foursome. 4 terrific athletes from around the world, but Riku Kiri could be the class of the entire field.
That's for sure. Last year, he placed 3rd third in the Strongest Man finals. Torbjørn Sorensen, though, from Denmark, usually finishes in the top 3 in his country. He's going to give Rico a pretty good push.
Our next discipline, the tree trunk lift, and in all of Morocco, folks, you may not find a bigger tree.
Well, in our last event, we tested overall body strength, but in the tree trunk lift, it's done for repetitions overhead, really testing specifically the shoulders and tricep strength.
Each event is worth 4 points for a first-place finish, 3 for second, 2 for third, and 1 for fourth. And for our next event, the tree trunk lift for reps, we head to the beach. The shoreline glistens with the anticipation of another great event in a competition that has taken this city and country by storm. First up will be Jaromir Nemec. It's the first time this apparatus has been used on the world's strongest man. And Bill, what do you think will be a good score here?
Well, with a total weight of 838 pounds and about 270 pounds in the hands, I think it'll take 15 reps or so to get a good place.
1, wait for it. 2. 3. 4. 5. Bit lower now, please.
The 36-year-old Czech starting to motor through his first 5 reps. Coming up on 7, Bill, and he's slowing down just a bit.
His upper body's getting kind of fatigued, but you can see him using his legs a good bit to get some drive.
Nemec trying to get into double digits.
10.
Well, he makes the 10th rep. And he's kind of gotten himself built to the point of no return.
The stretching is so strict, the arms have to be locked out to get the rep to count.
So Nemec checks out with 10 reps. A pretty solid score for him, Bill, but you pointed out earlier, 15 will probably be the score to beat.
I think big Ralph Williams has a lot of strength in his shoulders, and he'll probably do close to 15.
Let's take a moment and meet this rookie of the World's Strongman competition.
I'm Ralph Williams. I'm 31 years old, and I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I've been only training for 6 months, so this is my very first contest, and it's the big one. So I'm very honored. This is very exciting. I was really honored. I just couldn't believe it. I didn't want to jump out my skin, you know. It really was exciting just to see the competitors, and I have a chance to meet everybody that I've seen on ESPN.
Well, here on ESPN, it's Ralph Williams. After finishing 3rd in the Super Yoke, he's looking to improve his fortunes in today's second event, the tree trunk lift for reps. And Ralph Williams, the dimensions, biceps 24 inches, chest 62 inches. And Bill, you think he's capable in the neighborhood of 15 reps?
Right, Todd, he's such a massive man. He's got the shoulders and the triceps, and he pushes this thing with great ease.
Bill, how much of this is technique and how much of it is just pure brute strength?
As you can see, Todd, it's all upper body strength. Ralph starts to use his legs here, though. You see him bending his knees and just shoving with his tremendous weight to get that log up.
Well, he passes Nemec with 11, and he's still going. Looking for that magical 15. And Williams is done. And Bill, that 15th rep may have been his undoing. He really pushed it, didn't get it up, only got credited with 14. It looks like Ralph Williams is in a lot of pain. What are the chances that this is a serious injury?
Well, let's just hope it's a cramp. We want to see him back in the next event. Maybe they can work that out.
Ralph Williams still down on the deck after recording 14 reps. He was looking good, and this is number 15. And something certainly gave in his right leg. Ralph Williams, 14 reps, current leader in this group, being helped off, and he is unable to put any pressure on that right leg, which leads you to believe, Bill, that it's probably some kind of serious muscle injury.
Pretty good chance he might have torn that adductor.
We'll get a report on Williams, but still to come, the rookie and the veteran, Torbjørn Sorensen and Riku Kiri. It's now time for our first installment of a Metrics Moment.
One of my best efforts in the World's Strongest Man competition happened in Budapest, Hungary, a few years back, in an event called the sack carry and drag. It was a 100-kilo sack, carried 50 meters, in a 200-kilo sack, grabbed by the ears and pulled back over that 50 meters. There are 8 men in the competition. The other 7 didn't finish the race. As I dragged this 440-pound sack down that 50-meter course, I fell once. I got up, I started to pull and fell again. By the 3rd time I fell, my balance was totally gone. My heart was racing. I'd given so much energy that I could hardly stand. And as I dragged the sack over the finish line, of course I had won. After 5 minutes and sitting with the doctors, my heart rate was still 225 beats a minute. I went into a place where few athletes go, and sometimes they don't return. The doctor said to me, "Bill, if you leave, we'll see you there."
Back here in Tangier, Morocco, where we're hoping to make some memories of our own as the tree trunk lift for reps continues from the beach. Up next will be Torben Sorensen from Denmark. Now keep in mind, Ralph Williams has established the number to beat at 14. Williams injured his leg on his attempt for a 15th rep. He said he heard something pop. He's still being attended to by the trainers. We wish him the best. This is 27-year-old Torben Sorensen, one of the youngest competitors out here, Bill. Experience could play into this, couldn't it?
It sure could, but he's really ready to lift and pushing hard.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, Torben Sorensen, unlike the other competitors, is using his legs from the get-go.
A lot of legs, Todd, but a lot of shoulders and triceps also.
8, 9, 10, 11.
He's just ramming that thing up over his head. I think he can go all the way to get 15.
Well, he's close. He's at 13.
Remember, he's got to have a lockout on that 15th rep.
He gets 15, trying for 16. Doesn't get the lockout, but he does get 15, so he surpasses Ralph Williams, and Torben Sorensen is now in first place with 15 reps. An amazing feat. He had such a great pace going.
He gets a strong 15th rep, but here on the 16th, he just doesn't quite lock it out, and then he doesn't hold the lockout. The referee doesn't give him the 16th rep.
It will be interesting with one competitor still to come in Riku Kiri. If that 16th one comes back to haunt him, this is the man many feel may be the world's strongest man right now. He still has a lot of competition still to come, but Riku Kiri from Finland, certainly no slouch. And Bill, how do you see him faring in this competition?
He's so strong this year. Like we said, it could be his time. He's ready to break the 15 reps.
1.
35-year-old Riku Kiri weighing in at 324 pounds. And remember, the log they are hoisting up, 838 pounds.
He makes this look so easy. It's just whether or not he can get over the 15.
You hear the referee in the background counting off the reps, and his wife Elizabeth also cheering him on. The reps to beat, 15 set by Torben Sorensen. Boy, not only is his wife getting to this, but the rest of the crowd here in Tangier, Bill.
As much as he wants to do this, fatigue is setting in all across his shoulders and through his whole body. He seems to just tie up in these strength endurance events.
He won the Super Yoke competition, so a win here would give him 2 victories, but it's not going to happen. Riku has to bow out at 14. His wife, unfortunately, disappointed in his performance, but Riku Kiri will take second, tying with Ralph Williams. 14 reps, a pretty solid score, considering that's 838 pounds.
Awesome overall body strength, but his triceps just wouldn't catch it at the top. He missed that 15th rep.
So a disappointing conclusion for the entire Kiri family, but Riku Kiri need not despair. He finishes second, tied with Ralph Williams. The win goes to Torben Sorensen. Jaromir Nemec has to settle for 4th. After 2 events from Tangier, Morocco, it's Torben Sorensen out in front, Riku Kiri in 2nd, Ralph Williams in 3rd, and Jaromir Nemec in 4th. When we come back, it's the Hercules hold on the world's strongest man. Morocco, a sacred place for prayer and worship, is the mosque. In its shadows, our competition moves to its third phase, the Hercules hold. The object is simple. The athlete stands with arms extended, gripping handles which restrain two cars, one at each side, placed on uphill slopes. The cars weigh 2,337 pounds each. Our first competitor from the Czech Republic, this is Jaromír Nemec.
Are you ready?
And Bill, when they release that emergency brake, the tension and the stress has got to be tremendous.
You know, it's truly excruciating all across the chest and shoulders, but it is truly a grip event.
He looks pretty comfortable so far.
Come on! Come on!
Now, Bill, am I mistaken, or is Nemec actually enjoying this?
He looks like he's having fun. He's done his homework when it comes to grip strength.
He surpasses 40 seconds by 1.7, so 41.70 is the time for Jaromír Nemec. And never has a man looked so comfortable holding two cars, one in each hand. Still smiling as he walks away.
41 seconds seems like a good time, but going first is a disadvantage. I think he should have dug down a little deeper and held on 10 or 15 more seconds if he could have to beat Rico Kiri.
Next up, Riku Kiri, currently in second place overall, 6.5 total points. He is trailing Torben Sorensen by half a point. Now, here's the advantage that you alluded to, Bill. Going last, you know exactly what time you have to beat. Rico knows he needs to beat 41.70, which Nemec threw up. Interesting to see if he can do it.
You can see he's so powerful in the chest and shoulders. After adjusting his weight, he looks like he can hold on for a minute.
10 seconds.
His wife, Elizabeth, cheering him on, keeping track of the stopwatch. Remember, folks, that's 2,337 pounds in each hand. And for a man holding that much weight, Bill, he looks extremely comfortable.
He believes in his mind that he's the world's strongest man, and he's showing everybody right now.
He comes up on the 32-second mark, Bill. What is going through his mind?
Well, the pain is going to be excruciating in a little while across his chest and shoulders. But when that grip goes, you feel it right down to your fingertip, and it just slips out of your hands.
Well, he has passed Nemec. He's coming up on 50 seconds, which would be a tremendous time. Boy, we didn't see any signs of trouble until that last moment. He checks in with 55.18, almost a minute, with over 2,000 pounds in each hand. So he becomes the current leader in the Hercules hold.
Rico just lets go and feels confident that 55 seconds is enough to beat Sorensen.
So now it's Sorensen's turn. On numerous occasions, Torben has pointed out his inexperience. Now keep in mind, he's never tried the Hercules hold before. When he's not competing in strongman competitions, Torben Sorensen is a bouncer by trade, so mind your P's and Q's when you come into his pub.
Tell me.
Remember the time to beat, 55.18 seconds thrown up by Riku Kiri, and he will certainly be watching the stopwatch.
Ready.
Ready.
Well, Bill, right off the bat, Torben Sorensen does not look comfortable.
Looks like he's strained right away. You know, in order to have a great grip strength, you've got to practice a lot. And I don't know if he's done enough practice to hold those 2,000-pound cars.
55 seconds seems an eternity right now for Torben Sorensen as he approaches 20 seconds. And he releases at 21.18, so certainly a disappointing performance for him. But remember, folks, this is the first time he has ever competed in the Hercules hold, and you could almost feel the pain at home. It became unbearable for the Denmark native, and a disappointing third place could hurt Torben's chances in the overall competition. So with Ralph Williams out of the competition, it is now a three-man heat. The winner of the Hercules hold with a time of 55.18, Riku Kiri. He is followed by Jaromír Nemec and Torben Sorensen. With one event to go, our overall leader is Riku Kiri from Finland. He is followed closely by Denmark's Torben Sorensen.
Hi, I'm Torben Sorensen. Coming up next on The World's Strongest Man is the tire flip.
This This edition of The World's Strongest Man has been brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. Up and down so far for Finland's Riku Kiri. He led off with a dominating performance in the super yoke. The tree trunk lift for reps didn't scare Torben Sorensen. His showing was something to shout about. The big wheel in the Hercules hold was Kiri, who said hello again to first place. And so now it's the tire flip, a 30-meter race in a 90-second time limit. Rolled beside the scenic Tangier Harbor, this big 800-pound tire is the star. The situation, simple. Kiri finishes second or better, he's guaranteed the first spot in the finals. Without Ralph Williams, this is now a three-man heat, Bill. These tires are mammoth. Kiri knows he's got to get second or better. You got to like his chances.
You know, I've never seen Rico so strong. He said again this is going to be his year. Looks like he's proven it with the tire.
That is Riku Kiri from Finland in the red jersey closest to us. In the middle lane, in the blue jersey, Torben Sorensen from Denmark. And in the white jersey, Jaromir Nemec. And so far, it looks like Riku Kiri has the most experience with these mammoth tires.
And you'd be surprised, Todd. These athletes will go to any length to get one of these tires in their own possession, in their own backyard to be able to practice with.
Jaromir Nemec struggling a bit. Remember, the big story, Riku Kiri's got to finish second or better, and he automatically moves in to the World's Strongest Man final. And don't think his wife, Elizabeth, is not aware of that. One more flip, and he should have it. It is Riku Kiri from Finland, our first finalist at the World's Strongest Man competition. Riku Kiri charges hard in the final two events, and once again, after missing last year, he is back in the World's Strongest Man final. Bill?
You know, last year you didn't make it through the finals. I'm sure you thought about that all year long. What does it mean now that you've gone into the finals?
Yeah, I'm waiting very hungry this year final and training very much event and maybe up my weight training a little bit. And this year's final is, I think, so very interesting.
Well, good luck in the finals, Rico.
Thank you.
And we're back on course. Still the battle for second. Torben Sorensen on your right in the blue jersey. Jaromir Nemec gets the last push as time runs out. So Nemec will get second. Torben Sorensen will have to settle for third. The final standings for group number one. The victory goes to Riku Kiri, followed by Torben Sorensen, Jaromir Nemec, and Ralph Williams. So the first man to advance to the World's Strongest Man final will be Riku Kiri from Finland. He looks very strong. He could be a threat to take home the title this year. He must now wait for his 9 other competitors to be decided. For my partner Bill Kazmaier, I'm Todd Harris saying so long from Tangier, Morocco. We will see you next time right here on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Welcome to Africa.
Strong.
Strongest man の世界大会です。Only the strong survive.
I am strong. Strong.
Am I the strongest?
I am the strongest.
In todo el mundo. I want the strongest man in the world.
Over de hele wereld.
I am the world's strongest man.
From the northernmost tip of Morocco, Tangier is the host city for the Metrics World's Strongest Man. On today's show, see the carry and drag. Carry 440 25 meters. Drag 660 back. Then it's the deadlift hold, or as we like to call it, the car hold. To make matters worse, put a few people in the back seat and endure the pain. Our third discipline, the winch. On the other side of the winding rope is a bus. And Boyer flip, 800 pounds, 30 meters, a spectacular way to finish. The first event, the carry and drag, is set here at the harbor, a 50-meter race with a time limit of 90 seconds. Let's meet our fourth strongman. From Norway, the 6'6" Kirk Fikstad. Also 6'6" from England, the imposing Fraser Tranter. The pride of the Fiji Islands, Derek Boyer. And a meat inspector from Holland, Wout Zylstra. This is Derek Boyer wearing the war paint common to the people of his native land, Fiji. He's an interesting man with a fun approach to life.
My name's Derek Boyer. I'm 29 years old and I originate from the Fiji Islands. I come from a very warlike culture. I fashioned myself on an olden day warrior from the islands that I originate from. I do a war dance. It's very symbolic of my quest to actually win World's Strongest Man.
Anna Virvirina, Kamubai! Anna Virvirina, Kamubai!
My quest is as such that I am 100% devoted to becoming World's Strongest Man.
Talatalambuka! Talatalambuka!
I've trained and I'm tested and I'm ready for battle.
Anna Virvirina, Kamubai!
Well, the Moroccan crowd curious to see what the warrior Derek Boyer can pull off. This is a very tough group. Remember, they're all battling for one spot in the World's Strongest Man final. Their first event, the carry and drag, set to get away.
440-pound block steel between the legs, moving down a 25-meter course. Really hard on the ankles and the hips.
Wout Zylstra in the white jersey finishes the carry first. He grabs the chain. This is 660 pounds back the other way. Derek Boyer currently in second, closest to us. The only man not wearing a jersey. And it looks like at this point, Boyer's got the lead.
Really takes a perfect body tilt backwards. Without losing your balance and falling over, you've got to apply a lot of pressure to drag that 660-pound chain and anchor.
Derek Boyer, by virtue of that great exchange, has taken the lead. He is ahead of Wout Zylstra. Zylstra in the white jersey, Boyer without a jersey. Crosses the line, but he's got to get the entire anchor across. And remember, they've got 90 seconds to do it. Zylstra still in second. Fraser Tranter in third in the maroon jersey. And in the blue jersey at the very end of the course, that's Kirk Fikstad from Norway having some problems. Derek Boyer finishes, and he is first.
Well, went down once, got back up, and he's trying to get that anchor and chain over the line just to save face and finish the race.
Just about 10 seconds left. Looks like Wout Zylstra is going to call it quits right there. He will claim second.
Go on, Fraser, keep going. Take your time.
Fraser Tranter will get third.
It was tight as Boyer and Zylstra started the drag, but in the end, only one warrior was celebrating.
Hi, I'm Wout Zylstra. Staying with us, the deadlift halt is coming next.
This edition of The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, engineered nutrition. Welcome back to Morocco. We're in front of this beautiful mosque in Tangier, where this group will be competing later on today in the winch competition. But first of all, we're talking about Derek Boyer and the carry and drag. He's the only competitor to complete the course.
Right, he was so strong, and he's dedicated his life to taking the title of World's Strongest Man back to the Fiji Islands.
This group is extremely competitive. A good balance here. First of all, let's talk about Fikstad, who is from Norway.
Well, Kurt is 7 times world champion in arm wrestling, 4 times with his right hand, and an unbelievable 3 times with his left hand.
And of course, we can't forget the man from Holland, Wout Zylstra.
He's got all the tools. He's got a number of skills. He's tall. He's really strong. He's got a great attitude.
All right, next up for these men will be the car hold for time, and this is extremely grueling, Bill.
Oh, it sure is. It's about 700 pounds in the hands. You're strapped in, and you stand after lifting the car, holding 1 minute, 2 minutes, just as long as you possibly can.
Remember, 4 events in all. An athlete gets 4 points for coming in first place, 3 for second, 2 for third, and 1 point for fourth. Highest cumulative score advances to the final round. Our second event, the deadlift hold or car hold, is head-to-head. The athlete left holding the car for the longest period of time wins. Now, first up, from England, Fraser Trainer on the left against Kirk Fikstad of Norway on the right.
Get ready. Lift.
Time starts when the athlete stands fully erect. 2,337 pounds. This car with people in the back seat to add a little extra weight.
Fikstad gets the car up. Now, he is a world champion arm wrestler, so he's got to be somewhat of a disadvantage, Bill.
Well, he does just primarily train arm strength. This hold takes overall body strength and a good body position.
Fraser Trainer and Kirk Fikstad absolutely in amazing pain right now. Remember, those cars over 2,300 pounds with two people in the back seat. This is a timed event. Trainer goes out at 30.78 seconds. Fikstad still holding strong. And Fikstad, 38.16 seconds.
The faces tell the story. The pain grows as time goes on. And Derek Boyer knows just what time he's got to beat.
So up next, it's Boyer versus Zylstra. But as we go to break, enjoy a look back in time at this metrics moment.
There is one very bad and sad injury which comes to mind here. We had a magnificent, huge Australian, Nathan Jones. I nicknamed him Mega Man. He was 6'10", fantastic physique. And he was wrestling against Magnus Samuelsson, who is an arm wrestling specialist, the European champion in arm wrestling. And Samuelsson very quickly put him into what's known as the arm breaker position. He just held him there. And Mega Man, with a superb effort, he just put everything into it, came out, and virtually broke his own arm. A spiral fracture. I can tell you, that was the worst accident I've ever seen in the World's Strongest Man.
One athlete has already advanced to the final round. That's veteran strongman Riku Kiri from Finland. And this man, Wout Zylstra, would love to join him among the elite final 10. Let's meet this vocal meat man from Holland.
I'm Wout Zylstra. I'm 34 years old. I come from Friesland, Holland. I think I'm more athlete than the other competitors. I have very beautiful work. I'm meat controller. We have to taste it. So I eat a lot of meat. That's the beautiful of my profession. I think it's a great honor to be the strongest man of the world. When you win now the title, you're very strong. You're very strong. And you must be a good all-rounder. Power, speed. It's a beautiful competition. Ik zou ze pakken. That means I take them.
Well, Bill, the question is, can Wout Zylstra take Derek Boyer?
Well, Zylstra finished second to him in the carry and drag, and both men know that Fikstad has established the time to beat with 38.16 seconds.
Get ready. Look.
So the time to beat, 38.16 seconds, thrown up by Kirk Fikstad. Derek Boyer on the left, Wout Zylstra on the right. Technique looks pretty good, Bill.
They're both real strong and in good body position.
Come on,
10 more seconds to surpass Fikstad's time. And they have passed Kirk Fikstad's time, so now it is a battle to the finish for Wout Zylstra and Derek Boyer.
Zilstra's starting to shake. His muscles are losing synchronicity. I don't know how much longer he can hold on. It would take a really super athlete to pull things together and get those muscles firing to try to win this event.
Well, they have just cleared the 1 minute mark. And the pain at this point, Bill, has got to be absolutely excruciating.
Derek's put himself in a body position with his shoulders tilted forward and his upper spine is just contorted, but he seems quite relaxed in that position.
And this has almost come down to a duel, neither man wanting to drop the car first. Derek Boyer on the left, Wout Zilstra on the right. And Zilstra kicks out, Boyer holding on, and finally he drops as well. So once again, Wout Zilstra will have to settle for second place in the deadlift. And there's no question who the victor is. They looked relaxed at one point, but then the pain kicked in. And you could see it on the face of Zilstra. And for Derek Boyer, he could celebrate his second win in a row. He's standing by with Bill Kazmaier.
Congratulations, Derek. It looks like you could have stayed there forever.
Not really, Bill. Wout is a very strong guy. And for me to hang in there and just beat him, I'm very, very happy.
Just what were you thinking about while you held that thing for 2 minutes?
Well, while I was actually doing it, I could actually see Wout's reflection on the car itself. And all I was doing is just watching him, watching. And I convinced myself that whatever he did, I was just going to do it longer. At about 1:10, I felt a big pop in my shoulder. And I thought, nah, I'm not giving on. I'm going to hang in there.
Everybody was amazed with your strength. Back to you, Todd.
The official times look like this. Derek Boyer holds on for 1 minute, 53.75 seconds in the win. That's more than 5 seconds than Wout Zilstra. Boyer's threatening to run away with the group. He's won the first 2 events and has earned the maximum 8 points. When the world's strongest man continues from Tangier, Morocco, we'll have the winch competition. Tangier, Morocco, a city steeped in character, history, mystique, a stimulating place filled with open-air markets and cultural landmarks. The mosque in downtown Tangier is home to our next event, the winch. Fraser Tranter is first. As he approaches the large handle, his goal is to reel in a bus that currently stands 30 meters away. Now, it's important, Bill, to be oh so smooth, and as you know, the slightest mistake, you will pay.
That's right. If you stop with the winch at all, you'll get out of position. The bus will stop. You won't be able to pull real hard on that handle. You won't be able to keep the bus moving.
Well, he's got a nice pace going. The bus continuing to move down this course, coming up with only 15 meters left.
Fraser's really long and tall. He's not getting a good pull. He's not pulling hard enough on that winch.
It is somewhat of an awkward motion being that tall and having to bring the winch down and back as he comes up to the finish line. Stops the clock at 38.90. So Bill, being a 3-time world strongman champion, evaluate his performance.
Fraser's just a little bit too tall for this event. On the upward stroke, he just doesn't pull hard enough. He's not strong enough from the deadlift workouts. And then when he pushes forward, he just doesn't have the shoulder power to move it around quickly.
Speaking of shoulder power, this is Kirk Fikstad from Norway. He is a world champion in arm wrestling. It'll be interesting to see how he does. Now, he got 3rd in the car hold, and he's got to do well here, Bill, if he wants any chance of getting to the final.
He, too, is not a power lifter. So without that great deadlift strength, it's hard to get this bus moving.
Well, this is a flat surface, Bill. How important is the start?
That start's extremely important, but getting that stroke so that you're at the handle's right at the bottom and you're pulling upward hard, and then keeping that thing smooth is ever so important as that bus moves down the course.
There's the time to beat, 38.90, put up by Fraser Tranter. Fikstad coming awfully close to it. He will not beat Tranter, but he will stop the clock at 42.34. Kirk Fikstad from Norway. Again, Bill, evaluate his performance. He is another very tall competitor.
He is. He doesn't have that overall body strength to pull really hard and keep this thing moving fast.
Next up from the Netherlands will be Wout Zylstra. 2 second-place finishes in our first 2 events. The meat inspector looking for a big victory here. And right off the bat, Billy, he's having problems getting his bus moving.
It starts a little bit tough for him. But he's enough of an athlete that once he gets this thing going, he could really roll it down the course.
Zylstra starting to get into a groove. 38.90, the time to beat. And look at the difference between the start and the finish for Wout Zylstra.
He's winding this thing like a madman. He wants to win.
And Zylstra stops the clock at 34.31, so he is the current leader. And for Wout Zylstra, this could be a very important victory, Bill.
He sure seems to struggle at the beginning. He's not sure whether he wants to push or pull, but once he gets this thing started, he shows his athleticism and winds as hard as he can to bring that bus down the course.
So the final man in this group to go, the Fijian warrior. This is Derek Boyer, the leader after 2 events. Remember, he had 2 first-place finishes, so Boyer could do himself very well by winning this one here.
And you can see that struggle on the start where he just didn't have the bar in the right position to catch any rope on that winch.
Now here's a case where Derek Boyer is the shortest of the 4 competitors, but he's also the lightest, and that could hamper him, couldn't it?
It could, but he's got a lot of back strength. He's getting that thing going around and around and has a real nice, sound pull.
Well, this could shake things up dramatically. It does not look like Boyer's going to make it. 34.31 is the time. He does not. So it is Wout Zylstra winning the winch. Derek Boyer with a time of 40.21, and he is not happy. He has to settle for 3rd place in the winch competition, so that will certainly shake up the standings.
One of the reasons Boyer wasn't able to win this race was because he couldn't get the bus to accelerate all the way through the finish line like Zylstra was able to.
And the disappointment shows, and here's why. Derek's time of 40.21, good enough only for 3rd in the winch. Zylstra defeats Trainer by just under 4 seconds. For Wout, it's his first win of the competition, and it puts the man from Holland in a 10-all tie with Boyer as we head into the final event, the tire flip. When we come back, a berth into the World's Strongest Man final is on the line. One of these 2 men will make the cut to the Elite 10. This edition of the World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. A look back takes us to the carry and drag where Derek Boyer pulled through with an opening win. The car hold proved to be survival of the fittest. Boyer won out, but the battle lines were drawn with Wout Zylstra. In the winch, it was Zylstra's turn to do the screaming. For more, let's go down to Bill Kazmaier with Derek Boyer.
Derek, you're tied for points with Wout. How you feeling going to the finals?
It's do or die today, Bill. This is the event I've come here for, and this is what it's all about right now. It's do or die.
And as our 2 athletes get set to flip the tires down a 30-meter course, let's take you back to a head-to-head battle already completed between Kirk Kvikstad and Fraser Trainer. Pretty even, but Kvikstad pushed a little further in the elapsed 90 seconds. So now Boyer and Coach Bill Linden go through some last-minute rituals and preparations, while Wout Zylstra from the Netherlands eyes the final round. And it comes down to this. The winner here advances. It's as simple as that, Bill.
Well, Zylstra seems to be quicker and a lot more explosive. We know from the winch lift he finishes strong.
How much will height play into this? Wout Zylstra stands 6'6", Derek Boyer just over 6 feet tall.
As you can see, he's got a lot of leverage, and he's so powerful. That tire seems to go over rather easily for him.
Derek Boyer is down by almost a tire and a half length. He has got to make it up fast. I don't know if he's going to have the time to do it, Bill.
I don't think he can. As you see Zylstra taking that tire up and over, he pushes it really hard as it flaps against the ground. He grabs it again. He's just got too much of a lead.
Derek Boyer struggling to get the big Michelin back up and over again. Meanwhile, Wout Zylstra sensing the kill, going for that spot in the World Strongman Final. We only take one from each group, and it looks like that name will be Wout Zylstra from the Netherlands.
After finishing second in the first two events, he showed he's the kind of athlete who never gives up and charged right through to the end.
So it is Wout Zylstra winning group number 2. He moves on to the Elite 10, and unfortunate for Derek Boyer, his day is done. What a start for Zylstra, leaving Boyer in the dust. A great battle between two great strongmen leaves one happy and the other disappointed. Bill's down with a dejected Derek Boyer.
Derek, mentally you put so much into these events, and you try so hard in every one of the events. Did that just take too much out of you, and physically you just weren't right there, or what was happening?
I can say I'm not 100% at the moment, Bill, but there's no excuses in these events. You either win them or you don't. And today I didn't win it. I am very disappointed, but I'll go back to my home country and prepare for the next one. And it will be a different story next time.
The final results in the tire flip: Zylstra, followed by Kvikstad, Boyer, and Tranter.
Итак, Wout Zylstra, второй финалист. Напомню, 10 человек будут принимать участие в главном суперфинале. И вот он, победитель второй группы. Вот все чувства, все эмоции выразились в этом крике у голландца. Я очень хорошо себя чувствую. Пожалуй, никогда не чувствовал себя лучше. Вот что сказал голландец. Ну и подходит к концу вторая передача из серии «Самый сильный человек», мировой финал. С вами был Алексей Мельников. Увидимся в следующей, третьей передаче. Скоро, уже совсем скоро будут и наши. Спортивный канал НТВ+ приглашает вас на очередное шоу из серии «Самый сильный человек». Мировой финал 98-го года, который прошел в Марокко и который комментирует Алексей Мельников. Сегодня у нас третья группа участников. Напомню, что всего их 40, 10 групп по 4 человека. Отборочное соревнование, которые определяют десятку самых-самых лучших. И это будет уже суперфинал. Сегодня третья группа, и сейчас мы с вами познакомимся с нашими сегодняшними участниками. По традиции, каждый из участников получит 4 задания. И вот первое задание – фермерская прогулка. 2 небольших баллончика весом каждый по 120 килограммов нужно отнести на расстояние 30 метров, ну, туда и обратно сносить, желательно бегом. Кто быстрее добежит, тот и выиграл. Победитель получает 4 балла в каждом упражнении, ну и, соответственно, 3, 2 и 1 в обратном. А вот трехкратный обладатель титула «Самый сильный человек», а ныне работающий уже на телевидении, в американском канале ESPN, Билл Кезмайер, форму-то подрастерял. Но все равно он будет нам давать какие-то ценные советы и комментарии. Ну а вот и наши участники.
Peter de Bruin, South Africa, lane 3, Glenn Ross of Ireland, and in lane 4, Heinz Olisch from Germany. Now remember, this is in excess of 530 pounds. They've got to carry 50 meters. Olisch and de Bruin are G to G. They are good to go with in excess of 500 pounds as they fly down the course.
The hard part of this race is the turn. Peter looks like he's taken a different technique and set the cylinders down and lost a lot of time to pick them back up and get in the race.
In contrast, Terry Brennan of the USA is really struggling just to get down that last 25 meters. Heinz Olisch flies through, carries them an extra 5 meters for good measure. Peter de Bruin second, Glenn Ross in third. Meanwhile, back on the course, this is Terry Brennan from Orlando, Florida, as Heinz Olisch watches. He is the winner of the Farmer's Walk.
I know what Terry's going through here. Those cylinders are so hard to carry all the way down this course. His body's really hurting him right now, but he won't give up.
Brennan staggering to the finish line. Remember, those cylinders have to clear the line, so he's still got about a half length to go.
Terry is one of the smaller guys in this competition. He just wants to finish the race and show everybody that he's a contender for the world's strongest man.
And Terry Brennan stops the clock at 1:05. If you look at Peter de Bruin in lane 2, he beat Heinz to the 25-meter mark, but made the mistake of dropping the tanks. Heinz simply did a 180 and headed for home. He ends up with a big smile and a victory. So the Farmer's Walk goes into the history book, and for American Terry Brennan, not the start he was looking for. He had some problems.
He surely took off slow. The rule change this year allowed the athletes to stand erect and take off with the cylinders, and it cost him about 2 or 3 seconds not capitalizing on that rule change.
All right, let's talk about this group. It is featured Heinz Olisch. He's got to be the class of the field.
Oh, he surely is. He's won a number of competitions throughout Europe this summer. He's 6 foot 3 inches tall, 330 pounds. He's Germany's strongest man.
And there's a dark horse in this group who you really like from South Africa.
Peter de Bruin. You have to be in great condition for all of these events, and he's really strong and a tough competitor.
Well, one event down, 3 more to go. Next up will be the log lift. This is going to be grueling.
Oh, it sure is. In a 90-second time frame, these athletes take a 220-pound log from the floor, overhead to arm's length, and back down again as many times as they can.
After that, it's the arm-over-arm pull or the truck pull.
A really heavy truck pulling arm over arm with a lot of hand, bicep, back strength. These athletes are going to really be tested in this event.
And if you have anything left, it is the tire flip. Now, these things are not your average radials built over 800 pounds.
They've got to flip them end over end over a 100-foot course, probably 7 or 8 times. A really grueling event.
Should be a great show. Stay with us. When we come back, we're cracking out the tall lumber as the world's strongest man continues from Tangier, Morocco.
Hi, my name's Big Glenn Ross, and I'll be coming up next in the log lift.
This edition of The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrix Engineered Nutrition. We've moved to the beach here in sunny Morocco for the log lift competition. Before we get underway, let's take a look at the scoring. Point distribution looks like this: 4 points for first, 3 for second, 2 for third, and 1 for fourth, with the top point getter in the group advancing to the final. Standings after the Farmer's Walk: Olisch gains 4 points. De Bruin, with a close second, has 3, with Ross and Brennan trailing in third and fourth, respectively. This is Terry Brennan from Orlando, Florida, 38 years old. Let's take a moment to meet the strongman.
Hi, I'm Terry Brennan. I'm 38 years old, and I'm from Orlando, Florida. The dance, I love dancing. It's always been a passion of mine. My family's always been dancers and things of that nature, so I like going out dancing a lot. I went to a Latin nightclub one night, and it just a lot of energy, a lot of passion in their music and their dancing, and you really feel it a lot. And they like to dance, I like to dance, and that's why I go there. I just learned merengue, and I like to try to learn how to do the salsa. It's a little bit faster, but I'd like to learn that and some swing. Most people idolize people in sports and things of that nature, but my dad, who's been my motivator all my life, he pushed me. Never missed anything I was ever involved in. He just had this dynamic ability to push me and get me to win all the time.
Terry could certainly use a little of his dad's inspiration right now. He is currently sitting in 4th place after the Farmer's Walk. Glenn Ross, only 1 point better. He is in 3rd. Both of them looking to make a move. Glenn Ross using his large chest, and his chest actually measures 61 inches, Bill. He is actually just rolling that up and over.
He's really a massive man. One of the best techniques in the log lift is to lift the log as high as you can, set it on your stomach, roll it up your chest, and then press it up to arm's length. He's built perfectly for the event.
Glenn Ross logging his 6th rep. Terry Brennan working on his 3rd. There he gets it. Ross is just in a pace right now. Look how quick he sets it down and goes right back at work. Now he's taking a breather.
Glenn's strategy is just to keep moving as smoothly and strategically as he can through these 90 seconds, so he doesn't expend too much energy. He has to be very rhythmic. One press, set it down, and do it again.
Terry Brennan struggling. Remember, these are 243-pound logs. They get 90 seconds to record as many reps as possible. Brennan working on 4. Ross trying to get into double digits, and he does it. Glenn Ross up to 10 reps with just about 15 seconds remaining.
Glenn is so massively strong, but his cardio fitness is in question with an event like this.
Glenn Ross now at 12 as time runs out. And you could say Glenn Ross is happy with that performance. Terry Brennan picks up 3 reps. So from Northern Ireland is big Glenn Ross, who has the physique that allows him quick, short reps, and he certainly is fired up.
Good lift, Glenn. 12 reps. How was it?
Very hot today. I'm very strict in the reps compared to last year. I just concentrated on keeping it strict and pacing myself. I'm just completely out of breath.
If you had a little more time, could you have done a couple more reps? You looked really strong.
Possibly there might have been maybe 1, 2 more in me, but it was tough. Tough.
Real strong. Todd?
Thank you, Bill. Only separated by 1 point after the first event, the spot to advance to the final is still wide open. Next up, this is Heinz Olisch from Germany. Peter De Bruin, South Africa. Heinz Olisch knowing a bit or two about metal. He is a plumber in southern Germany. He is a strongman veteran, but you really like Peter De Bruin. He showed you something that first event.
He sure has. He's got great upper body strength and has no problem pressing this log. Just keeping his balance is the tougher part of the event. Heinz looks like he's on a pretty good pace to get up near 13 or so reps.
30-year-old Peter De Bruin, a telephone technician just outside of Johannesburg. De Bruin picks up his 6th rep, Bill, but he looks like he's having problems with the balance.
The balance and the lockout. The whole body goes into fatigue. After you get that log up to your chest, you start to lose your balance. You get a little bit dizzy. Just pressing it up is really a tough part of this lift.
And De Bruin locks out for 7, Olisch at 9. And remember, the score to beat, 12 reps by big Glenn Ross. And that will do it. Heinz Olisch 9, Peter De Bruin 7, so the victory goes to big Glenn Ross.
Come on!
Besting his group by 3 reps and taking first gives Glenn Ross something to be happy about. He stands in 2nd place behind Heinz Olisch after 2 events with 2 still to come. Up next, it's the arm-over-arm poll on the world's strongest man. What a setting for our next event here in Tangier. This is a Syrian mosque in the heart of town, where our 3rd event of the day will be taking place, the arm-over-arm pull, and this truck will be challenging the athletes to their fullest. With 2 4th-place finishes, American Terry Brennan needed to win this event to get back in the hunt for first. But the truck won this time, and Brennan was only able to pull the truck 22.65 meters of the 30-meter course. Peter De Bruin, still in the thick of things, trails our leader Heinz Olisch by only 2 points. Let's take a moment and meet Peter De Bruin.
Hi, my name is Peter De Bruin. I'm 29 years old and I'm from Bloemfontein in South Africa.
Come on!
Oh, you can't really think about anything. You hear the people in the background, but you can't hear specific people. You don't think about anything. You just go in there and you know what to do. And then you just do what you have to do. There's not really time for any other sports. It takes all your time in gym. But I love tennis and golf as well. I love gardening. I love to work in the garden. It helps you to relax.
Well, relaxed is probably one thing Peter is not right now. He just watched Terry Brennan struggle with the arm-over-arm pull, and he needs to do well if he is to have any chance, Bill, of advancing to the World Strongman Final.
You're right, Todd. In order to do well, he can't miss that rope one time with his hands. He's got to use his legs as much as he can and throw his shoulders back and really use that lower back strength to pull that truck down the course.
And I guess at all costs, the last thing he wants to do is let that truck, once he's got it moving, come to a stop.
You're right, Todd. If possible, he wants to accelerate the truck down the course. The hardest part is when your hands are really fatigued, is to grab onto that rope, squeeze really tight, and pull as hard as you can when your whole body's in fatigue.
Well, he's doing pretty good, coming up on 1 minute, starting to tire, but Peter de Bruin looks like he is going to finish the course. Inches to go.
Just a remarkable effort by Peter de Bruin.
And he finishes the course with a time very respectable, 58.25, so under a minute. And with fellow Africans cheering him on, the South African Peter de Bruin has really put the pressure on Ireland's Glenn Ross and Germany's Heinz Olisch, who are coming up next. Bill Kazmar standing by with Peter.
Is your technique any different than anybody else's?
I don't think it's different. What I did is to use my long back to get a good stride backwards. That really helps me.
Do you think that performance was enough to catch Heinz?
I hope so. It's a hard pull, cardiovascular, and on your grip. So I don't think it's impossible to beat it, but I think it's a good time.
Thanks, Peter.
De Bruin looking to join Riku Kiri of Finland, who has already advanced to the final, as has Wout Zilstra of the Netherlands. Let's go back in World Strongman history with another metrics moment.
O.D. Wilson showed great promise in 1990 to possibly be the greatest strongman ever. His competition was against the two-time champion John Paul Sigmarsson. John Paul had shown some disrespect to O.D. by saying that he would repeat as the world's strongest man, and O.D. was no competition.
I told you from the beginning, I am going to win. And of course I believe in it.
O.D. used that as fuel on his fire and took the anvils and threw them onto the truck as if they were small toys.
I hate for people to overlook me like I'm not there. It makes me mad. And now I'm mad. So I will win. I will win.
The last event was a running event, and he was a man of 450 pounds, carrying a very small sack on his back, but having to go many hundred meters, and he just wasn't fit enough to win. At that point, John Paul had to take first place, and O.D. needed to take last place, and that's exactly what happened, and John Paul was victorious again.
When it comes down to pure strength, I am the strongest man on this planet. I may not be able to run. I may not have to jump over a bus. But I can move anything on this planet.
True champions. Unfortunately, the world strongman community is mourning the loss of O.D. Wilson and John Paul Sigmarsson, who passed away in the past few years. Back to the arm-over-arm pole, beginning this event in second place and 7 points. Big Glenn was in good position, but after the arm-over-arm pole, Ross hauled the truck a mere 9.34 meters. With Ross having such a poor performance, Heinz Olisch will now keep first overall if he can beat Terry Brennan's mark of 22.65 meters. Now, De Bruin has the time to beat with 58.25 seconds. If Olisch does not beat that time, he will still have first overall, but he will only be separated by 1 point from Peter de Bruin with one event still to come. And Bill, not much much of a question that he's going to beat that 22-meter mark set up by Terry Brennan, but do you think he can beat the 58 seconds put up by Peter de Bruyn?
Well, Todd, he had a great first pull, but that rope seems to be wavering around just like a snake. He's having a hard time controlling it to be able to pull it in.
58.25 is the time Heinz Olisch is trying to beat. He's at about the halfway point and about 30 seconds, so he's on pace to go over that. He needs a strong charge here at the end.
He's pulling so hard, but it looks like there's a lot of fatigue in his back.
Just under 10 seconds if he wants to beat Peter de Bruyn.
55.
And Heinz Olisch has come up short in the arm-over-arm pull. The victory will go to Peter de Bruyn, and Heinz Olisch has got to be disappointed.
South Africa's Peter de Bruyn won by over 5 seconds. The difference between their technique was simple. Peter was able to gather in the rope and keep a strong, steady pull throughout the race and accelerate the truck through the finish line.
With a first for de Bruyn, he climbs within 1 point of our leader, Heinz Olisch, who has 10 points. A great battle for first, shaping up with one event to go.
Hi, I'm Peter de Bruyn, and I'm up next in the tire flip.
This edition of The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. About to get underway here at the harbor with our last event, the tire flip. But before that, let's get you caught up on the first 3 events. Germany's Heinz Olisch got off to a quick start in the farmer's walk, edging out South Africa's Peter de Bruyn. Ireland's Big Glenn Ross came on strong and claimed victory in the log lift. And it was the South African Peter de Bruyn who rounded out the competition by taking first in the arm-over-arm pull. Glenn Ross and Terry Brennan squared off in the tire flip. Brennan has no chance of qualifying for the final, but Ross, with the win, has a slim chance. If Olisch finishes last and de Bruyn finishes third, they would all be tied and have a tire flip off. A very outside chance for Ross. And a disappointing showing for Terry Brennan. Ross set his mark at 20.40 meters and Brennan at 12.67 meters. If either Olisch or de Bruyn pass Brennan's mark, Ross will be out of the competition. The situation here is a close one. Olisch leads by 1 point. If Olisch wins the tire flip, he automatically advances. If de Bruyn wins the tire flip, although he will have tied Olisch in points, the first place will be his second first place in the competition, and he will then advance based on that ruling. So this should be an exciting 90 seconds, Bill. Once we've got all that out of the way, let's watch some amazing men at work.
Both the same height and leverage advantages. A lot of overall body power by both athletes. This is a good race.
The edge and experience you'd have to give to Germany's Heinz Olisch. Quite possibly the edge in heart would have to go to Peter de Bruyn.
Sure seems to me like Peter is hungry. He wants to beat Heinz so badly and make a name for himself.
So close. One rotation apart. Remember, it's 90 seconds. And whoever goes the furthest is going on to the World's Strongman Final.
These guys have pushed themselves so hard through the past 3 events. Their bodies are just shot, but they're giving everything they've got to turn that tire over.
Heinz Olisch actually edging ahead now. Remember, these tires in excess of 800 pounds. Now it's Peter de Bruyn, and it's going to come down to one final push.
Everything's timing. It looks like Peter's got the advantage, and he's going for yet another flip.
10 seconds remaining. Heinz Olisch, if he's going to make a move, he's got to do it now. If Peter de Bruyn gets his flip over, it's all over. And the German has seen his window of opportunity dissipate. Peter de Bruin is moving on to the Elite 10 in the final of the World's Strongest Man. Well, Peter de Bruin knew what he had to do going in, and he was not going to settle for anything less than an all-out victory. He advances to the final with an upset victory over Germany's Heinz Olisch. A true sportsman, Heinz Olisch is standing by with Bill Kazmaier.
Heinz, you gave an awesome effort. It looked like you were coming right at the end. What happened?
I gave everything. Couldn't do more.
That's all a guy can do is give everything he's got. You do it in every event. I'm so sorry we're not going to see you in the finals.
For me, it was a big disappointment.
So a big upset with Peter de Bruin advancing to the World's Strongest Man final with a tire flip being the deciding factor. The third spot is locked up for the upcoming final. A great all-around effort by this group of strongmen. For Bill Kazmaier, I'm Todd Harris saying so long from Tangier, Morocco, and ESPN's coverage of the World's Strongest Man.
Спортивный канал ТВ+ вновь приглашает вас на соревнования самых сильных людей планеты. Мировой финал 98-го года, который ходил в Марокко, в городе Танжере. Это 4-я передача, и, стало быть, уже определились 3 участника главного финала. Вот сейчас они мелькают у вас на экранах. Ну а сегодня мы узнаем, кто же станет 4-м. Вместе с вами эту передачу будут смотреть Алексей Мельников
и Александр Владыкин. Добрый день.
Ну и стоит, наверное, напомнить, что 40 самых сильных людей из 20 стран мира собрались в Марокко, чтобы выявить наисильнейшего. Они были разбиты на 10 групп по 4 человека. В каждой группе проводили по 4 упражнения, и лучший по результатам этих самых упражнений выходил в финал. Снова нам показывают российские флаги, и снова я напоминаю вам, что целых 2 российских атлета будут участвовать в этих соревнованиях. Ну а вот состав этой 4-ки.
Как вы видите, представитель Испании, из Англии Ли Бауэрс, представитель Австрии Ральф Бер и спортсмен из Южной Африки. Каждый из них, как вы понимаете, выиграл свои национальные первенства. Это сильнейшие люди этих стран. Так что посмотреть будет на что.
Ну, а, кстати, у австрийца, у Ральфа Бера...
Extremely grueling event. From left to right, here's how they stack up. Badenhorst at the top of your screen. Then it's Pujadas, Ralph Baer, and Lee Bowers at the bottom.
Bear's really taken off to a fast start, but he's kind of shaky.
Ralph Baer from Austria in the gray jersey. Meanwhile, Gustavo Pujadas, his block touched just inches from the starting, so that is exactly where your block finishes. And this is a very close race. Ralph Baer crossing the finish line, Bill, but I don't think he got the apparatus all the way over.
It doesn't look like his engine blocks are over the line.
And remember, once the engine block touches the ground, you are not allowed to move it any further. So upon further review, it looks like the win's going to go to Garrett Badenhorst.
He's over the line first, but he sure does pay the price right here when that apparatus hits him in the back of the head.
So Garrett Badenhorst pays the ultimate price, picks up the victory, but for Ralph Baer, extremely upset. He goes from quite possibly first place into 3rd. Baer will need to regroup for the events to come. Events like the deadlift for reps. It's tougher with those passengers in the back seat. And in the wheelbarrow race, there's also people along for the ride. They make things heavy and unbalanced. Speaking of heavy, try flipping an 800-pound tire. All that and more when we return to Morocco for more of the World's Strongest Man. This edition of the World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrix, engineered nutrition. So the super yoke competition goes into the history books here in Tangier, Morocco, and the world's strongest man. For Garrett Badenhorst from South Africa, a very fast time.
Oh, it sure was, just over 18 seconds. But we saw at the end of the race that he pulled something in his bicep, and that's not the kind of injury that's going to heal overnight. There's a lot of events coming up that really involve the bicep. We really need to keep an eye on that injury and see how it comes.
And he's got a very tough group to compete with. First of all, let's talk about Ralph Baer. He is so impressed with this competition, and he sought out your autograph the very first day, so he knows a bit about it.
You know, he's followed all the strongmen through history, and he's really dedicated his life to strength. He's a guy who could do really well.
And another competitor that could give Badenhorst some real troubles is Lee Bowers. He's from the UK.
He seems to have a really good attitude. He looks like he's got a lot of strength. He finished the super yoke, so we look for him as a factor.
Next up for this group is the car lift for reps. Now, Bill, you've been there before. You've competed in competition like this. How difficult is it, and how do you win it?
Well, it's pretty hard on the back. It's hard on the overall body. The athletes bend down and strap into these handles and simply lift up the car, set it back down to the ground as many times as they can in 90 seconds.
Quite simply, these athletes are after points. Each event worth 4 for first, 3 for second, and so on. Add up the cumulative scores after 4 events, and the winner goes to the final. So first up, it's Ralph Baer versus Pujadas from Spain. Ralph coming off that heartbreaking performance in the super yoke. He's on the right. Pujadas is on the left.
Ready? Wait. 1.
Well, Ralph Baer having no problem getting his first 2 or 3 reps up. You can't say the same for Pujadas, Bill. What's the problem?
Well, the car proves to be just a bit too heavy for him to take up. He hasn't really committed himself and given it that first lift. You've got to get it going before you can get those reps counted up.
Meanwhile, Ralph Baer, the model of efficiency, he's got the technique right and everything.
12. 13.
He's strong, but you can see that back going.
And these cars weigh in excess of 2,300 pounds. And we've added 2 passengers in the back. That is rep number 15 for Austria's Ralph Baer, and he calls it quits. Bill, impressed?
I sure am. That looks like that was all he had. He put it all on the line. 15 reps is a lot.
So Ralph Baer sets the starting mark, 15 reps.
My name is Garrett Badenhorst, and I'm coming up in the car lift for reps, so don't go away.
You are looking at South African Garrett Badenhorst awaiting his turn in the car lift for reps. He is in search of the home continent advantage.
My name is Garrett Badenhorst. I'm 36 years old. I'm from Bloemfontein, South Africa. I hope as a South African I can do well and do my country proud and hopefully win it. I've got lots of phone calls from youngsters who ask me, you know, how can they get into the sport? I'm getting old, so you know the young guys must come through. I think whole life must be fun too. You know, you mustn't take life too serious. I'm normally giving shows, you know, over the country.
This is for ESPN channel.
I'm like balancing things on my nose. I hope I can do it now. I'm actually nervous. I can balancing anything on my nose. Not bad for a strongman, huh?
Not bad at all, Garrett. But it's back to business now for Badenhorst on the right and Lee Bowers from the UK on the left. And for Badenhorst, that sense of humor has got to help him out with excruciating disciplines like this, Bill.
Well, he's a friendly guy, but he's all business when he gets a hold of that car.
Lee Bowers from the UK going head-to-head with Garrett Badenhorst. Badenhorst has been around for a long time, and he has a lot of experience in these types of competition. But right now, Lee Bowers looking very strong, going very fast. Good form there, but on the other side, it looks like Badenhorst is missing some reps from the judge.
Well, the judge is taking some of his reps away because he's not touching down at the bottom. He's got 15 to beat, but he's going to probably have to do 16, 17 now in order to beat that 15.
Dougie Edmonds right there, not giving him credit on that rep. And it's got to be frustrating for Badenhorst. Lee Bowers just clicking off his 13th rep, and there's 14. Remember, the reps to beat set by Ralph Baer at 15.
30 seconds remaining. 15.
Lee Bowers at 15. He looks very strong, Bill.
He sure does. Remember, Badenhorst has got that bad bicep. He's already cost himself 3 reps by not touching down at the bottom. He's one tough competitor.
14.
So 14 for Badenhorst. He's trying to get that elusive 15. With just seconds remaining, safe to say both of these competitors are spent. So that ends the heat between Lee Bowers from the UK and Garrett Badenhorst from South Africa. Bowers ending off with an impressive 15 to tie Ralph Baer. Garrett Badenhorst does a lot of work for 14 reps, and again in the middle of controversy. Referee Dougie Edmonds did not give him credit on this rep because he says the car never touched the ground. Well, despite all that, he still loses by 1 rep. He's down with Bill Kazmaier to talk about this grueling discipline.
Get it. Tremendous effort. I saw a lot of reps there. It seems like 14 counted. How do you feel?
I don't know what they say by not by counted. They said he didn't touch down, but I think he did. He did touch down. I can't understand it. I think that was a win for me.
But you surely look very strong. Good effort. Good luck.
Thank you.
Instead, it's a tie for the win for the UK's Lee Bowers and his counterpart, Austria's Ralph Baer. Both of them throwing up 15 reps. And this group looks like it will be a 3-man race to the finish. After 2 events, Bowers has a half-point edge on Badenhorst, who has a half-point edge on Baer.
Hi, I'm Lee Bowers. When we come back of the world's strongest man, it's the wheelbarrow competition.
You are watching ESPN's coverage of the world's strongest man. Welcome back to Tangier, Morocco, where our next competition is the wheelbarrow. Now, this is very difficult because it involves 3 different aspects: grip, balance, and most importantly, strength. And the problem now is, right now, there's just 1 person on here. During the competition, there'll be 8. Bill, double time to the finish line. 2 strong men have already given the wheelbarrow a ride. First, Spain's Gustavo Pujadas. Pujadas could move the barrow just 6.36 meters in the 90 seconds allowed. Then Austria's Ralph Baer. Baer set the mark to beat by crossing the finish line in 30.1 seconds. So now it is time for our overall leader from the UK. This is Lee Bowers. Let's take a moment and meet him.
I'm Lee Bowers. I'm 31 years of age and I'm from England. As a strength athlete, basically, you have to have everything. You have to be fit, powerful, and strong. You have to be very, very tough mentally. If you haven't got what it takes in your head, then really there's no point competing. The competition in England and Scotland is quite fierce. It makes for the better athlete because the more people you have at top level, the more competitive it becomes. The camaraderie between the competitors is quite good. We all help each other as much as we possibly can. The sport as it is, it's in everybody's best interest for everybody to perform to their absolute peak. Obviously, we all enjoy competing, but then again, we all enjoy winning as well.
Bowers won the car lift for reps, so he's looking to keep up the momentum here with the wheelbarrow. Now, Bill, the focus here definitely on the grip, but balance is so tricky.
There's about 1,000 pounds of weight there, and that cart is 8 feet wide. You can see that balance is giving Lee a real problem. He's so strong in his whole body, but it's going to come down to grip.
Bowers having problems right now. He is just about 5 meters off the line. And remember, Austria's Ralph Baer finished the course in just over 30 seconds. Lee Bowers working with the grip there. Bill, why not use gloves or something here?
The gloves make it feel a little bit better because those handles are really sharp, but it won't help you hold on. It will just slip right out of your hand.
Bowers down to his last 30 seconds. Remember, it's a 90-second time limit. Ralph Baer did the entire course in 30 seconds. Pujadas went just 6.36 meters. And remember, folks, that's over 1,000 total pounds trying to balance those people and get it up. And that is going to be it for Lee Bowers. He really seemed to have problems with his grip, Bill.
He's holding on to his hands, and there it is. They're just ripped apart.
By this point, the skin has already been ripped from the hands, and with this lunge, the pain worsens, and Bowers has to bow out. He's down with Bill.
Lee, you came over here to the scorer's table to check to see if you were in second place?
Well, no, I actually came up to see if I was in third place. Unfortunately, I'm in last place on that event, so I'm in third place overall. So things aren't too good, really.
It seems like your grip went.
Yeah.
What about those hands?
Well, it's not really painful at the moment because my adrenaline is still flowing. I'll go to the doctors and get them to, see what they can do for me.
So now in the wheelbarrow seat, so to speak, is the South African Badenhorst, who with a good time will move into first place. But keep in mind the injury to the bicep, and Bill, that's got to affect him, especially in this event.
Pajeda is such a tough competitor. Most guys that have torn a bicep would drop right out of the competition. For him to even continue shows that he's really a champion.
Well, he has got that thing motoring. He has surpassed Pujadas and Bowers, so second is the worst he can do. Now he aims for that 30.1 seconds that Austria's Ralph Baer put up, and I think he is going to surpass that easily with a time of just over 16 seconds. What an amazing accomplishment for Gerrit Badenhorst, torn bicep and all.
The 8 folks in the wheelbarrow went for a ride. The perfect combination of balance and speed, and a sizzling time to capture first place in the third event of 4. And this Moroccan crowd loves their home continent guy.
And despite the African heat, the fans have turned out to cheer on the world's strongest men. So with the win, it's now Badenhorst, Baer, and Bowers as we move to the final event of the group. Coming up, the tire flip on the Metrics World's Strongest Man. This edition of the World's Strongest Man has been brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. Proud sponsors of this next moment as we look back in time at the World's Strongest Man.
Down in this mine, we had rock lifting, which was quite appropriate to the situation because there are lots of rocks lying around. And the lift was the overhead lift. There was a marvelous man called O.D. Wilson. Oh, he was as broad as a barn door. A wonderful, wonderful character. And in my opinion, O.D. was the strongest man there at that time. But O.D. dropped the weight on his head. He had to be taken to hospital purely. He didn't want to go, but he had to be taken to hospital to get an X-ray. And he came back in good form and said, was a stone okay?
This year, next up for this group will be the tire flip, the last of 4 events today. First, it was the super yoke. Gerrit Badenhorst made sure his yoke was completely over the finish line. However, he hurt himself in the process. The car lift for reps got the thumbs up from Ralph Baer, who edged Badenhorst with the beat-up bicep. But he tied with Bowers from Britain, who was outstanding. The wheelbarrow made Bowers and Baer pay the price, but not Badenhorst, who gave it a swift ride down Morocco Lane. So now at the port of Tangier, it's time for the tire flip. First, it's Gustavo Pujadas of Spain at the top of the screen in lane 1 against Lee Bowers of Great Britain on the bottom of your screen in lane number 2. we look at advantages, any slight advantage for these competitors, they're both under 6 feet tall, Bill. Is that a severe disadvantage?
It sure is. They don't have leverage on their side, Todd. What this lift takes is a lot of grip strength just to hold on to that tire, a lot of leg and back strength to be able to flip it up. A little push at the end doesn't hurt either.
Gustavo Pujadas just battling to get that tire up. And Lee Bowers, we saw him earlier tear up his grip. This has got to be excruciating for him.
He's another really tough competitor to rip the flesh right off the palm of his hand and keep going into the next event.
One man who is certainly watching this heat is Garrett Badenhorst. Whoever has the farthest distance in this group, he will have to top that. For him to assure himself a spot in the final 10, he has to get first or second place. So Lee Bowers' mark of 20.40 becomes very important for an injured Garrett Badenhorst of South Africa.
Well, I hurt my bicep in the first event, and it's very sore. I tried to lift it now in the training, just for a warm-up, and unfortunately, I'm not able to lift it. But I will still try my best and see how I can do. You know, I must beat the guys who were in front of me to go through to the final. Let's see.
Well, there is the mark of Lee Bowers. That is the mark that Garrett Badenhorst must beat to assure himself a spot in the final. With that torn bicep, this is going to be extremely painful, Bill.
Here's the kind of guy that is going to attack this event no matter what. With a bicep like that, though, and an injury, he's torn part of the bicep off already. It's just whether or not he's going to tear any more of it off. If he can hold on, he's probably going to use his good arm and get underneath it the best he can to push it over.
And it looks like he's shifted the technique to using a lot more of his chest.
He can't use his right bicep at all. He's keeping the arm straight. He is, like you say, using his chest and his legs and his back. But here's a point where he's a bit like a wounded animal. He knows that it's either fight or flight. He's got to get that tire over again and again and at least beat Lee Bowers. This guy is so tough, and he's such a man. He's proven that he's one of the strongest men in the world.
Ralph Baer right there looking very confident as he works the tire down the course. But remember, his major competition, speaking of Garrett Badenhorst, is not Ralph Baer. It's Lee Bowers in that 20.40 meters. He's got to just surpass that by an inch, and he has assured himself a spot in the final 10.
It's still going to take another flip or two to do that. It's just whether or not he can get up underneath this tire. 800 pounds. This thing's over 5 feet high. Not only is he tired, but he's awfully beat up after 4 events. That bicep looks like it's really hurting him.
One more turn should do it. Look at the battle. There you see the mark by Lee Bowers just next to that 20-meter mark. He's running out of time. Can he do it? And with that last push, it becomes academic. Garrett Badenhorst moves on to the Elite 10 in the World's Strongest Men competition.
It was fight for South Africa.
Garrett Badenhorst claiming the victory for Mother South Africa. It came down to the final flip, the final surge. But the veteran Badenhorst will move on to the final. He's down with our Bill Kazmaier, also a veteran of World Strongman competitions. Bill, take it away.
Garrett, you knew what it would take to win that one. You gave us everything you had.
Yeah, you know, as I told him before, the heat, my bicep was very sore, and I couldn't roll it there in the warm-up. But being here, and you know you must do it, otherwise you're going home.
The knee injury, the bicep injury, all that pain. How did you dig down so deep and pull it out to get that tire over the line?
For all the years of competition, you get a heart as big as your body. That's what it's all about.
For Garrett Badenhorst, it's another trip to the World's Strongest Man final. His 14 points allows him to advance, but the bicep could make him questionable at best for the final round. Garrett Badenhorst, solid as a brick house. What a competitive group. Intrigue, perseverance, inspiration. All in the effort to become the world's strongest man. For Bill Kazmaier, I'm Todd Harris. Thanks for watching this edition of The World's Strongest Man on ESPN. This This is Ken Brown from Fresno, California. Today, he is among 4 men competing on the world's strongest man. Hi, everybody. I'm Todd Harris, along with Bill Kazmaier. And the first event today, Bill, is the carry and drag.
With the carry, they take a 440-pound block down 25 meters and grab a chain and anchor that weighs 660 pounds and drag it to 25 meters back.
Joining Ken Brown, who is in the navy jersey, is Laszlo Fekete from Hungary in the white jersey, Zydrunas Savickas from Lithuania in the gray, and Baron Vandenberg from Holland in the blue.
Savickas is getting off to a tremendous start. He shows awesome overall body strength and athleticism.
Savickas is the first one to grab the chain, 660 pounds, and now the race is really on.
Savickas is showing tremendous foot speed here and a good body tilt. 23 years old, he's really surprising the rest of the field.
Zydrunas Savickas, there you see Ken Brown coming into the picture. So right now it is Savickas and Brown. And remember, only one of these men will advance into the World Strongman Final. Ken Brown going with a locked finger technique. Bill, what do you think of that?
Anything to hold on. Once you hit the wall dragging this thing, you just want to stay up and be able to tilt back and keep the thing moving.
That is 40-year-old Laszlo Fekete from Hungary. He has almost spent the race right now for first place. Ken Brown at the top of your screen in the navy jersey. He's got a shot at this thing. This 90-second race is almost over. If they don't complete the course, it'll be for distance. And Bill, Laszlo looks like he is done with the competition.
Laszlo's given up, but Brown and Savickas are really in a race here. Just putting everything they've got into it to get that chain closer to the finish line.
And right now it is almost a dead heat. Savickas looks like he has a chain length. And at the whistle, Savickas gets one more pull in, and that may be the winning pull. He may have just edged out America's Ken Brown. Ken Brown got off to a fine start in the carry, but it was the final lunge that won it for Lithuania's Zydrunas Savickas. Our Bill Kazmaier is down with America's Ken Brown.
Ken, great race out there. Way to pull.
Thanks, Bill. All I did is just gave it all I had, 100%. My technique was a little off. Wasn't very smooth on the pull. So I figured I'd just use whatever I could.
But did you know that Savickas was right there neck and neck with you the whole way?
I thought I was a little slow. And I thought everybody'd be ahead of me, but when I started pulling the chain, I got about halfway. I noticed there's only one guy in front of me. So I really started pulling as hard as I could.
Did you realize it came right down to the last lunge and you were running out of time?
Yes, I did. The referee said 10 seconds left, and I just kept pulling, jumping up, pull. Just ran out of time.
Tangier, Morocco is just south of the Strait of Gibraltar, and it is home to the Metrics World's Strongest Man. One event down, 3 to go, including the Atlas Stone competition. Lift each stone in ascending weight order onto a wall before you hit the wall. Then it's the Hercules hold. The grip's the deal, as the cars can't fall. And take the tires off the cars and flip them fast. That's all coming up next. This edition of The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. Welcome back to Tangier, Morocco, and ESPN's coverage of the world's strongest man. We just witnessed the carry and drag competition, and Savickas totally dominated, but it was close. Ken Brown was right there till the end.
It came down to that last lunge, didn't it? Ken Brown really needed to have just a few more seconds.
Well, we've already introduced you to Ken, but we want to introduce you to the rest of the competitors in this very difficult group, starting off with Baron Vandenberg from Holland.
Baron has been the top competitor in Holland for about 3 years. He also won the team championship. He's got great leg strength, a really super attitude, and he's a young guy and should do well.
Here's a guy you know well, Laszlo Fekete from Hungary.
Well, Laszlo is known as the strongest man from Hungary. I competed against him 10 years ago, and he's a stone lifting champion.
And finally, Zydrunas Savickas, who we just saw win the carry and drag from Lithuania.
He's a really young guy. We don't know a lot about him, but he's tall, he's heavy, he's got a great attitude. I'm sure he wants to take the championship home to Lithuania.
The point distribution for each event looks like this. For first place, an athlete garners 4 points. 3 points for second, 2 for third, and 1 for fourth. Our second event here in group number 5 is the Atlas Stone, and what a scenic location on the beach here in Tangier, looking straight across to the country of Spain. Laszlo Fekete will use the wall to the left. Baron Vandenberg will place the stones on the wall to the right. And as you pointed out, Bill, Laszlo Fekete is a true Atlas Stone champion, and he's got an early lead.
He spent years working with these stones. His body is highly conditioned to work with the stones. You can see the way he carries his back. As he puts the stone onto the wall, he shoves his hips forward, keeps his back flat. It's tremendous form.
Exactly how much do these stones weigh? Well, the lightest one, the first one they put up, 210 pounds. The last one, which Laszlo is facing right now, 363 pounds. Laszlo Fekete from Hungary has done it.
Vandenberg is trying to commit himself to pick up the stone. He just doesn't have the back strength to get it off the ground. This is the hardest of the stones because at this point your body is just totally spent. You've got to just reach down, grab the stone, and put it on the wall.
Vandenberg is going to give it one more shot, and he's going to bow out. 363 pounds up 4 feet is not something he wants to attempt right now. Talk about making it look easy. Fekete rolls in with a brilliant performance. There's been more than a few impressive showings over the years, as you'll see in this metrics moment.
In 1980, a year after my first strongman competition, I was determined to come back and win the world's strongest man. Out of 10 events and 10 men, I won 5 firsts, 2 seconds, a third, and a fourth. This was unheard of in strongman competition and has never been done since. It was very memorable to me because my whole support group was there. My soon-to-be wife, my coach, the athletes I trained with every day. And as I told them for a year, I will be the world's strongest man. I accomplished my goal. This event ended up not being a competition. It was simply the Bill Kazmaier show.
Four strongmen are into the finals, including Finland's Riku Kiri. The dynamic Wout Zylstra from Holland, whose pain threshold makes him a favorite for the finals. Peter de Bruin was the first representative from South Africa in the Elite 10. Gerrit Badenhorst was the second from South Africa. Who's going to go from group number 5? Folks, there really is a method to the madness they call the Atlas Stones. My partner, Bill Kazmaier, is a champion of this thing. Bill, you had a little different strategy.
Well, I did. You know, years ago, when they made the stones, there were just 4 of them. And after the athletes did the 4th one, they then made a 5th one. And for years, nobody could do the 5th one. I figured out a strategy that would work really well. First, I put on the 1st one, just over 100 kilos. Then I went on to the 3rd one, which is much heavier. Well, I still had energy. I went right to the 5th one, and I was really warmed up. I was able to be the first to get the 5th one on. I came back then and finished the 4th one and put back on the 2nd one to finish the race.
And since then, folks, they have entered the Kazmaier rule for just that. You've got to start from the lightest and then finish off with the heaviest. The crowd is anxious to see the second heat in the Atlas Stone competition, and it will feature America's Ken Brown.
Hi, I'm Ken Brown. I'm 34 years old, and I'm from Fresno, California. a lot of strong guys here, but not all of them have experience with the different apparatus or equipment. I've got cylinders for the farmer's walk. I've got a long rope and harness to do the truck pull and arm over arm pull type events. I've got a large tire for the tire flip, kegs for loading and barrel toss. Those are some of the things I've accumulated. Luckily, where I live, the middle school have been kind enough to let me pull their bus on the weekends. It turns some heads. I think people might think it's a little strange whether I'm pulling a bus or carrying cylinders that look like torpedoes down the street. You know, to be crowned the world's strongest man, you know, after all the hard work and the years of training, that would be a great honor.
Well, let's see if the effort has paid off. Brown now faces Lithuania's Žydrūnas Savickis. And Laszlo Fekete has established a time to beat of 50.59. But Fekete is known as the world's best, so the mark to shoot for may be that of Holland's Vandenberg, who was able to complete 4 stones successfully. And right off the bat, Bill, it looks like Lithuania's Žydrūnas Savickis has an early lead on Ken Brown, who is struggling a bit with the stones.
Savickis is so quick, and he's super strong in his upper body.
The height has got to play into this as well. Savickis is 3 inches taller than Ken Brown, who's struggling once again with this second stone.
It seems the best strategy.
We've seen our share of serious injuries here. That is 275 pounds that Savickis just dropped on his chest. Bill, he is lucky to be walking.
It's amazing that he's even up right now. He could have crushed his ribs, and he's jumping right back in the competition.
Ken Brown still battling with that second stone, maybe taking it a little more cautiously after seeing what happened to Savickis. And Savickis, Bill, is still shaking out the cobwebs.
Ken's trying to get this stone up. Looks like his back is just shot. Behind to use a leg, that's the wrong technique.
Absolute frustration on the face of Ken Brown, and Savickis is back at it. That is the stone that he dropped on his chest moments ago. He's trying to hoist it. He runs out of time, so Savickis survives a stone dropping, gets 2 up. Ken Brown, unfortunately, only able to hoist 1 stone up. And you think you had a bad day. So Savickis lifts 2 stones successfully and finishes in 3rd. The first heat duo of Fekete and Vandenberg take 1st and 2nd respectively, and after 2 events, this group's leader is Savickis. Savickis currently getting a look over from the doctors, but they say he's going to be okay. Coming up next on The World's Strongest Man from Tangier, Morocco, we'll have the Hercules hold. Stay with us. One of the most beautiful sights in Tangier, the spectacular mosque in Central City. That's the site for the Hercules hold, our next event for a bunched-up group number 5. And leading off the action, the California kid from Fresno, this is Ken Brown. The results haven't been to his liking. A 2nd in the carry and drag, followed by last place in the Atlas Stone, Bill.
You know, Ken's conditioned himself for this event. He's practiced. His hands are in good shape. But you really don't know what this is going to feel like with over 2,000 pounds in your hands until you get in there and lock in.
This is a timed event, so the object here is to hold on for as long as you can. And right now, Ken Brown in a lot of pain. And he releases just over 18 seconds. So with 2 cars pulling at you, Ken Brown, there's no wonder the grip gave away. Our next competitor, Žydrūnas Savickis from Lithuania.
Okay, look up, please.
He is the overall leader with 6 points coming in. Now, Bill, you pointed out he is a young kid, somewhat inexperienced. Is this the kind of event that
look up, please.
you earn your stripes quickly?
He sure can, especially if he's done his homework and worked on his grip in the gym.
And look at the stance of Žydrūnas Savickis. He's got quite a wide stance, Bill. Is that going to help him?
Well, Todd, he's trying to lower his body so that his shoulders are in line with the stress caused from the cars.
Zydrunas Savickas has surpassed the time of Ken Brown, 18.34. He is going for distance. And he releases just over 32 seconds, 32.96 seconds to be exact, for Lithuania's Zydrunas Savickas. Savickas endured the pain just long enough to move ahead of Brown with the best effort so far. Our next competitor from Holland, this is Baron Venenberg. Let's take a moment and meet this strongman.
I am Bernd Venenberg, 34 years old, and come from Holland. I am focused to do my best at the competition. I think the most important thing what you have in the competition and what you have in your mind. The most of concentration what I do is put the pain away and standing about it. Not think about something else, only standing and hold it as long as possible. There's a dream coming true for a long time. I've seen it many years ago for the first time. Was Bill Kazma was competing, Jon Paul was competing and all these kind of things. And when you see that on the TV and you're watching and you say, yeah, that is what I like to do. And when you get the opportunity to do it and you have what you say you can take the first place, I think you are the happiest man of the world.
Will he be the strongest man in the world? He needs a great performance here in the Hercules hold, currently tied for second overall in his group. Baron is coming off a second-place finish in the Atlas Stone event.
Baron's got tremendous arm development and is known for a fantastic grip.
A little bit more. Ready? Ready!
Venenberg calls for the weight. That's 2,337 pounds in each hand. The time to beat, 32.96 seconds.
10 seconds.
And unlike Brown and Savickas, Bill, he looks very confident and very comfortable.
Baron's done this event many times. He knows just how long he can hold onto those cars, and he believes he can win.
The time to beat, 32.96.
Yeah! Come on! Come on! Come on! Yeah!
Baron's quite a showman. He's trying to get the crowd up so they can enjoy the event just as much as he is.
Well, he has surpassed the time of Savickas, and he stops the clock at 45.75. Very happy with that performance, and with a victory here, Venenberg could overtake the overall points lead in group number 5.
An athlete beaming with confidence, and his score shines as well. Venenberg is now the strong man to beat.
And there's one more man who can do it. Hungary's Laszlo Fekete knows that if he can hold these cars up for more than 46 seconds, the event will be his, and so will the overall lead. Baron Venenberg, 45.75 seconds. So Fekete will be shooting for that. Now, Bill, we saw him in the Atlas Stones absolutely dominate that. Same muscle group here or totally different?
Todd, this is still an upper body exercise, but it comes right down to that grip.
So far, so good for Laszlo Fekete. He hasn't gone up to one leg like Baron Venenberg did, but he looks pretty comfortable. Remember, he's got to get to 45.75 seconds, and he's going to come up short. And like so many other competitors in this competition, the grip just gave, and quite possibly some flesh as well. For the 40-year-old Hungarian, his hands could hold no more. And so Fekete edges out Savickas for second place, but it's Holland's Venenberg who wins the Hercules hold and takes over the lead with 9 points. But it's close, and it'll come down to the final event.
Hi, I am Bernd Venenberg. What's coming up next? The tire flip, not go away.
This edition of The World's Strongest Man has been brought to you by Netrix, Engineered Nutrition. Our next and final event here in Tangier, Morocco, on the World's Strongest Man is the tire flip. This is extremely grueling. They've got to go from this point all the way to the end of the course. That's 30 meters, and they've got to do it within 90 seconds, so it's not going to be easy. I'll give you a quick demonstration on how they're going to accomplish this great feat.
Whoa, Todd. Not that tire.
Well, they said a conventional tire.
Yeah, but it's a conventional tractor tire.
Difference.
Like this one, it weighs 880 pounds. It's 5 feet tall.
5 feet tall.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you handle the demonstration, partner. And while Bill flips the tire, let's recap the action so far. A wild start for this group in the carry and drag, won by Zydrunas Savickas on the drag that beat the clock. Stone cold win by Fekete, lifting big and then yelling loud. And then the grip was good. For Venneberg in the Hercules hold. So now the tire flip. A 30-meter course. Ken Brown faced Zydrunas Savickas first. Savickas came in tied for third overall, but the work in the backyard with a big tire paid off for Brown. He rolled, and Savickas was smoked. And so it comes down to Laszlo Fekete against Bernd Venneberg for the title in Group 5. The winner advances to the final. The loser goes home to try again next year. Fekete in lane 1 in the white, Venneberg in lane 2 in the blue. On the surface, Bill, you'd have to give the advantage to Fekete, the experience. He's got the height and probably the back strength, but right now, Venneberg looks determined to make it into the penthouse in the Elite 10.
He sure does, but Venneberg's got that wide grip and a low stance. He seems to be just driving that tire up and over.
90 seconds total time to get as far as you can with these tires right now. Venneberg has a slight lead, Bill. What's the difference between their two techniques?
Venneberg's really getting low right from the start, and when his tire gets to the top, he gives it an extra shove. It gives him probably another foot. Fekete is just using his legs. He's pushing it up and over. When the tire gets to the top, he just lets it drop to the other side.
Venneberg has now opened up a full tire lead, and it looks like he is pushing himself right into the final. The winner of this heat moves into the Elite 10. And for Laszlo Fekete, I think he knows, Bill, the inevitable is coming.
At this point, there's no way he can make up that type of distance.
Venneberg looks like he is continually getting stronger as they approach the finish line, and he may beat that 90-second time limit. And his wife Sylvia's reaction tells it all. Bernd Venneberg is headed to the final out of a great group that was evenly matched. So the final standings in group number 5. It is won by Holland's Bernd Venneberg, Laszlo Fekete in second, Zydrunas Savickas in third, and Ken Brown from the USA in fourth. Filled with memorable moments. Congratulations to Bernd Venneberg. He becomes the 5th of 10 finalists. The battle continues. Feats of strength like you've never seen. The Metrics World's Strongest Man is next. 4 more athletes compete on today's show. From Germany, Martin Muir. From Canada, Gino Dupuis. Representing England, Russ Bradley. And from Denmark, a finalist last year, Flemming Rasmussen. And they'll compete today in these 4 events. The Super Yoke, where 2 engine blocks are carried with a bar across the back. Then it's the tree trunk lift for reps. It's giant, all right, 838 pounds. Third up, the Hercules hold. How long can these strong guys hold 2 cars suspended on an uphill slope? The tire tire flip is the grand finale, an event that mixes speed and strength. The tire is 800 pounds and is over 5 feet tall. But first, below the city of Tangier, we're in the harbor area, and it's time for the super yoke competition on a beautiful day in Morocco. Points are handed out for each event. 4 points for first, 3 for second, 2 for third, 1 for fourth. The top cumulative score at the end of 4 events wins. And the 783-pound super yokes are ready, Bill. Who do you like in this heat?
I like Flemming Rasmussen, who was second overall last year. He's got tremendous leg strength and great foot speed.
So it's Rasmussen in lane number 1 in the Navy, Russ Bradley in the red in lane 2, Gino Dupuy in the white from Canada, and finally Martin Muir in the maroon from Germany. The course is 25 meters long, and remember, once the super yoke touches the ground, you must stop, and that's where you'll be measured from. Well, in lane 1 right now, it's all Flemming Rasmussen from Denmark as Gino Dupuy and Martin Muir struggle.
That's no surprise here. Looks like Flemming's coming in great shape this year, and that experience is really helping him a lot.
His time, 13.44. Russ Bradley gets second with 19.47. Now the race is on. It looks like Martin Muir will pick up third with a time of 25.94. All eyes now on the Canadian. This is Gino Dupuy. And Dupuy really battling through this. This is 783 pounds on his back.
Gino knows he's in 4th place. He just wants to finish this race.
And he sets down just shy of the 20-meter mark, so the win goes to Flemming Rasmussen. It's Flemming with a bang in the back of the head, but the trip to the top of the leaderboard with his opening win, and he's standing by with our Bill Kazmaier.
What a great race. Was that a heavy weight at all for you?
I think it was really heavy because, it's early in the day, and I think it was really heavy.
What was the hardest part of the race, the finish?
No, the hardest part was that in the first 10 meters I could see Russ Bradley in my eyes. But after that, it was okay.
Yeah, super race. Yeah. Back to you, Todd.
So a good start for Rasmussen as we head to event number 2.
Hi, I'm Flemming Rasmussen. Stay tuned for the tree trunk lift.
This edition of The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. Billionaire Malcolm Forbes was a frequent visitor to Morocco, and in 1972 bought this home in Tangier. Now a museum, the Forbes estate has become a popular tourist destination. We are in the garden of the Forbes Museum on another beautiful day in Tangier, Morocco for more of The World's Strongest Man. Todd Harris along with Bill Kazmaier. And this group, really the man to watch, Flemming Rasmussen from Copenhagen, Denmark. He has really served notice that he wants to take home the title this year. Looked good in the first discipline.
Oh, he sure did. He's come in really great shape. He's got a good attitude. He really wants to be the #1 man.
All right, let's talk about the men he will be facing. First of all, from the UK, this guy may have the best attitude of all to win it all. Of course, Russ Bradley.
Well, that attitude, I think, is simple. It's a psycho attitude. You really see it in his eyes. He comes into every event like he's willing and ready to just tear the event apart.
Next to him, the man from Germany, Martin Muir, comes from a long line of German strongmen. This could be the year for Martin Muir. He could surprise some people.
Well, Martin has won Germany's Strongest Man, so he knows what it takes to come out #1.
And the final member of this group from the Great White North, Canada, we have Gino Dupuy. Now, this guy seems very emotional.
He sure is. He pulls a lot of his power right out of his heart. He talks about his family. He could do extremely well in these events, especially the tree trunk lift.
All right, let's talk about the tree trunk lift. Who do you like and how does it work?
Well, I like Gino in that lift. It's quite simple. You just grasp the handles, try to press this big tree trunk way up to arm's length as many times as you can in 90 seconds. It involves a lot of shoulder and tricep strength, but really, you initiate the whole lift with your legs.
First up, the Canadian Gino Dupuy, who finished 4th in the super yoke. Now, he is a school teacher from Quebec, Canada, and we also want to congratulate him. A new child has joined his family, his little girl, Marianne Horn, back in April. And he is in need of some points after finishing 4th in the super yoke. He may do it here, Bill.
He's got tremendous shoulder strength. He's got a lot of drive from his motivation. I think he wants to prove that he can win this lift after what he did in the super yoke.
That's a tough position to be in going first. He is going to set the standard, and then everyone after him will know exactly what they have to surpass to win. Well, he's at 8 right now. Remember, he gets 90 seconds, and that's 838 pounds he's hoisting. Gino Dupuy at an even dozen.
Great technique. He's using a lot of leg drive.
He gets 16. He'll try for one more. Reps for the Canadian, Gino Dupuy.
How many? 17. Yeah!
Gino reached deep for that last rep, coming up with something really special from within.
We told you about Gino's 6-month-old daughter. Well, he gets a lot of motivation from the fact that he almost lost her.
It's because my little child took a long time to come. Took 28 hours. And so I'm thinking of her. This was a big struggle. And now I think of her because she almost died. That gave me power. You see? That's true power. And love, you know. Hate is a fuel, but love is stronger.
Touching words from the crowd favorite, Canada's Gino Dupuy. And now he's set the pace for the rest to follow. So let's see what Germany's Martin Muir can do. Remember, Gino Dupuy's score, 17 reps in 90 seconds. And on the surface, you may think Martin Muir, the 27-year-old German, is a shoo-in to win this discipline. He is the 1994 European and world champion in powerlifting, Bill.
He's got great leg strength, but he's kind of tall. His arms are long, and his shoulders and triceps are really going to be tested in this event.
Martin Muir's at 8 right now. Just battling to get that 9th one up. He is almost run out of steam, Bill.
His long arms are just keeping him from locking it out.
Martin Muir trying for the 9th rep, doesn't get it. He will have to settle for 8 reps. The number to beat is 17, and Rasmussen and Bradley will get their shots after we come back. First up, let's take a look at another metrics moment.
In every event, when I competed in the Strongest Man competition, I gave everything I had. One of the more painful memories happened in Great Gorge, New Jersey, in the steel bar bend. I had locked in mentally into the largest of these steel bars and believed that I could close the two ends together. As I pushed and pushed, I put my body into a position where mechanically I shouldn't have gone. My pectoral ripped off, my bicep tore, the front deltoid tore off, and I was very severely injured. At that moment, it was suggested that I go to the hospital. I knew I couldn't do that. There were 4 events left. I got back in the zone because all week I had heard that Dave Waddington had the world's strongest legs. So I rotated that hand back and down and put 970 pounds on my back to prove that I had the world's strongest legs. I went on the following day to win the competition, and to overcome that extreme and excruciating pain was just another obstacle and another hurdle in becoming the world's strongest man.
5 athletes have already advanced to the final round on the world's strongest man, including Finland's Riku Kiri, the colorful Wout Zylstra from Holland, South Africa's strongman, Peter de Bruin, and his fellow countryman, the veteran, Gerrit Badenhorst. And also from Holland, Baron Venneberg. Here in Group 6, the tree trunk lift for reps has belonged to Canada's Gino Dupuy, whose 17 reps leads the way. Russ Bradley is certainly an athlete who could catch Dupuy. Let's take a moment to meet the strong man from the UK.
Hi, my name is Russ Bradley. I'm representing England in the World's Strongest Man this year, and I'm 32 years of age. I think you have to be an all-round athlete. It's no good just being strong. You've got to be fit, agile, well coordinated. When I finished as a strength athlete, maybe in a year or 2 years, I want to try discus and javelin. I've always followed athletics, and I think I can turn my talents to that quite well. So I was virtually a professional cricketer, and I think I'll return to club cricket. Probably too old to be a professional, or when the time comes I'll be too old, but I'll probably go back to semi-professional cricket as well.
Well, the scoop on Bradley, 6 foot 3 inches tall. He's 33 years old. He's a builder by trade and a father of 2 probably very strong boys. He's got 90 seconds to try and beat Gino Dupuy of Canada, who threw up 17 reps. And Bill, he is just toying with that trunk right now.
Hey, Todd, you can see his athleticism. He really drives with his legs, pushes with his shoulders. He's got super strong technique.
Well, he certainly is no average Joe. That's 838 pounds he's hoisting above his head with ease.
Well, that's 13. He looks like he's really in a groove here. He might be able to catch Gino.
That's the 17th rep. Let's see what he's got left in him. He gets 18. And so Russ Bradley from the UK is our new current leader. All Russ Bradley needed was 18, and he's looking to follow his second place in the Super Yoke with a first place here. So it all comes down to Flemming Rasmussen. The number of reps to beat is 18, and Denmark's 6'4" specimen is a specialist in this event.
That's right, Todd. He's really built for this event. He's got dynamic body strength, lots of leg power, short arms, super triceps, and really tight shoulders.
3, 4.
Well, he just missed a rep. The official, Dougie Edmonds, just took one away from him, telling him to go lower. Edmonds is watching every single move. Bill, he was mirrored in a bit of controversy last year. What's the problem with his technique?
Well, he seems like he's trying to get away with something, Todd. He is flexible enough to bring that bar a little closer to his shoulders, but he's just not doing it, and the referee's not letting him get away with it.
He's at 18. And he bows out at 19 with a touch of attitude. Rasmussen paced himself beautifully, saving enough power for the very end. And Flemming wins his second straight event here on the World's Strongest Man. With just 2 to go, Rasmussen could be very tough to beat. He picks up the full 8 points. Russ Bradley keeping pace with a pair of second-place finishes.
Hi, my name's Russ Bradley. When we come back on World's Strongest Man, it's time for the Hercules hold, so don't go away.
Welcome back to Tangier, Morocco. Todd Harris along with 3-time World Strongman champion Bill Kazmaier. For our next competition, we've moved to the mosque in the center of the city. Now, 2 athletes have already completed their Hercules hold. Gino Dupuy, with just 3 points overall heading in, held on for just 26.15 seconds. That performance was followed by a nice showing from Russ Bradley. The Brit stayed with arms locked for 40.55 seconds and is in search of his 3rd straight event with a second-place finish or better. Next up in the Hercules hold will be Martin Muir, the 27-year-old German.
Look up, please. Tell me when it's
the time to beat, thrown up by Russ Bradley, 40.55 seconds.
Okay. Ready?
He doesn't look so massively strong, but he seems so comfortable with those two heavy cars. He's obviously trained his grip for hours and hours.
How heavy are they? Over 2,300 pounds in each hand. And remember, it's as long as you can hold on. And the face really tells the story, Bill. He looks completely comfortable.
And a lot of confidence, Todd. He looks like he can hold this thing for maybe over a minute.
Well, the target right now is 40.55. That is the time to beat. Martin Muir looking to pick up some valuable points. Remember, 4 points for first place. Just passing the 42nd mark, so he will be our new current leader. And he kicks out at 53.09. The hands are just burning. At one time, Muir looked like he might hold on through eternity, but 53.09 is the time for Big Flemming Rasmussen to beat. And there's the situation that faces him. Before his lift, let's meet this powerlifting champion from Denmark.
My name is Flemming Rasmussen. I'm from Denmark and I'm 30 years old. I think I'm really calm. I don't shout that much. I'm a quiet person, I think. You know, there's a lot of strongmen, you know, power lifters and weightlifters. But it's not enough just to be strong, because everybody can pick up some weights, but not everybody can run with the weights. You have to be more athletic. To be the world's strongest man, that's every little boy's dream, you know, to get even a fireman or world's strongest man. And to be the strongest man in the world, you know, you can't get more than that. I normally eat white meat, chicken, turkey, and I try to eat 4 or 5 times a day, so that's a lot of chickens.
Well, here's the situation. The time to beat, 53.09, thrown up by Martin Muir of Germany. If Flemming Rasmussen can win this event, he will virtually have a lock on making it into the final, Bill.
You know, Flemming is big and massive and really athletic, but he's not known for his grip strength.
Just to remind you, that's 2,337 pounds in each car, and 1 car in each hand. No time limit here. It's as long as you can hold on. And right now, Flemming Rasmussen is thinking about 53.09 seconds. That's the time he has to beat, and he's unable to do it. And surprisingly, Flemming lets go at 32.61.
32.61 seconds.
So a third in this event for Rasmussen makes the battle at the top a tight one, with Bradley now within 1 of the lead with just 1 event to go. When the world's strongest man returns from Tangier, Morocco, we'll have the tire flip competition. Stay with us. This edition of The World's Strongest Man has been brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. Flemming Rasmussen got off to a great start in Group 6 with a sizzling performance in the Super Yoke. Then it was the massive tree trunk lift, where Russ Bradley hoisted 18 reps. But it was Rasmussen again, this time making it look easy with 19 reps. But Martin Muir won the Hercules hold, and Rasmussen finished a disappointing third. And suddenly a trip to the finals is very much in doubt for the powerful Denmark native. In the tire flip, Muir again established the mark to beat by flipping the tire 27.96 meters in 90 seconds. Muir defeated Gino Dupuis and set a standard for Russ Bradley and Flemming Rasmussen to shoot for. So here's the scenario. Rasmussen wins the group with a first-place finish. Bradley needs to finish in first, while Rasmussen finishes in third or worse for Russ to get to the final. If Bradley wins and Rasmussen finishes in second, the two finish tied, and they'll compete in a special flip-off.
Come on, guys.
And Bill, here's where really the desire and determination to make it to the Elite 10 comes into play.
That's right, and Fleming's got those tremendous legs. He's using them with that big upper body strength to flip this tire right over.
Well, in last year's World's Strongest Man final, this was the discipline that gave Fleming Rasmussen so many problems, and it quite possibly cost him the title of World's Strongest Man.
Well, it looks here like he's done a lot of work and practice with this tire, because it's going over pretty easy for him.
Those tires over 800 pounds, more than 5 feet tall, and he is just manhandling it down this course.
Russ Bradley, on the other hand, after giving up on that last attempt, is going to try to take this tire over one more time and get it down the course.
The cheers for Fleming Rasmussen to finish. There is the mark of Martin Muir, 27.96 meters. Fleming Rasmussen assures himself a spot in the World's Strongest Man final once he clears that mark right in front of the 30-meter mark. So he's got about 15 seconds to do it. 2 more turns will get the job done. He's got 10 seconds, and there's the mark. And with that final push, Fleming Rasmussen not only wins this discipline, but he puts himself back into the World's Strongest Man final. Fleming Rasmussen knows what it takes, and for the 2nd straight year, he makes the Elite 10. Final standings look like this. 3 out of 4 first-place finishes gives Rasmussen the impressive win and the victory in Group 6. He's down with our own 3-time World Strongman champion, Bill Kazmaier. Bill?
Fleming, congratulations. Looks like it was you up against time there towards the end.
Yeah. I knew if I completed the course, I was in the final. So for the last flip, I asked him about the time. He said 10 seconds. So I'm happy.
Just 4 more openings remain for the final, and the pressure starts to build as we get closer to crowning this year's World's Strongest Man. For Bill Kazmaier, I'm Todd Harris saying so long from Morocco. Thanks for watching the World's Strongest Man on ESPN.
Is it fuel, but love is stronger. You hear what I'm saying?
Stick around and see who will join our first 6 finalists on the World's Strongest Man.
I'll be there.
Welcome to the Metrics World's Strongest Man. We're in Tangier, Morocco for what is shaping up to be a great competition. 6 have already advanced with 4 spots left before we head to the finals. The carry and drag is the first of 4 events you'll be seeing today, taking place at the scenic Tangier Harbor. You're looking at American Phil Pfister. Now, Phil is a first-time competitor on the World's Strongest Man. Let's take a minute and learn what makes him tick.
I'm Philip Pfister from West by God, Virginia. World's Strongest Man, that's quite a title. World's Best Strongman Athlete maybe is a better title. There's some very, very powerful men who can't do these events. Why in the hell would anybody try to pick up a 365-pound rock or tow a bus with their bare hands? Why would anyone do any of these crazy events? It's unnatural. You have to get on an animal level, get on a level of survival. You have to go to an area where the body doesn't want to go. But it's gratifying. Strongmen are heroes, and more so in other cultures than in the U.S., but that's changing and changing fast.
Phil's a real student of the game. He knows about all the old-time strongmen. He's developed a great attitude for winning. If he puts a little bit more time into the gym, he will be the man of the future.
Well, Phil Pfister is the youngest of this group at 27 years old as we go down the line. In lane 1, Alexander Matiev from Russia. Lane 2 will be Yanni Virtanen in the blue. Phil Pfister from the USA will be in the gray. And Torfi Olofsson will be in lane 4. He is from Iceland.
Pfister's really psyched, maybe just a little bit too much. His stance is really wide. The optimum foot position is going to be like Virtanen's. Really quick feet and feet close together.
Virtanen on the left of your screen in the blue. Torfi Olofsson in the red, quite possibly the favorite in this group. And Phil Pfister, the American, in the middle there, surprising many. Alexander Matiev, the Russian, in lane number 1 is out of the competition. He has dropped out. And now it is a 3-man heat, and Phil Pfister starting to pull ahead. Well, he talked about digging deep, Bill. Looks like he's doing just that.
Now he's just got to get up and get another pull and get over that finish line first.
Well, the blocks they were carrying, 440 pounds. Now they're under the weight of the chain and anchor, 660 pounds. The length of the course, 25 meters, as Phil Pfister's girlfriend, Michelle, looks on. Remember, this is a timed event, 90 seconds.
That quick start at the beginning by Pfister really took a lot of his energy. Right here, he probably wishes he had some of that psych back again.
Well, Pfister surprising many, currently in second place. Remember, the entire apparatus has to clear the finish line.
Your energy is totally spent at this point. You have to be totally committed to reach down and pull one more time because your balance is totally gone.
Well, somewhat of an upset here. Torfi Olofsson, the strongman veteran, being upset by 2 rookies, and the victory goes to Yanni Virtanen. The 29-year-old from Finland claims the first discipline of this group. And what a great showing by Phil Pfister. For Torfi Olofsson, however, he will have to settle for 3rd position. Pfister, Virtanen, and Olofsson all got off to quick starts, but it was Virtanen in the end who dug deep and got the final pull to edge out American Phil Pfister. Bill Kazmaier is down with Phil.
Good effort, Phil.
Thanks, Bill.
You must really be hurting right now.
I'm doing okay. My pride and expectations hurt more than anything.
You're so close to winning that heat. You told me you were going to bring it home for America. You really gave it an effort.
Part of being a rookie. Got to pay my dues early on in the sport here, so it'll all happen.
You did a great job.
We'll be back with more exciting competition on the Metrics World's Strongest Man in just a moment. This edition of the World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics Engineered Nutrition. One event down, 3 events still to come. We are in the marketplace in Tangier, Morocco. Todd Harris along with Bill Kazmaier. And the big surprise possibly in that first discipline for this group, Phil Pfister from the United States and Yanni Virtanen from Finland, surprising group favorite, Torfi Olofsson.
Yeah, Olofsson, the big Icelander, a lot of attitude, and he's the kind of guy that can bounce back.
Well, they've got 3 more grueling disciplines still to come. The tire flip is what they will end on. They'll have to tackle this full head, and that's what they're going to have to do to get success.
Right, 880 pounds, 30-meter course, end over end. It's really going to be a tough one.
Just before that, though, it's the winch competition. And what's it going to take to win this one?
Well, all upper body strength, a lot of heavy body weight, pushing, pulling, just crank it on the winch, bring that bus all the way down the course.
All right, but up next, it will be the car hold for time. Now, Bill, you've done this before. This is extremely grueling. What kind of muscles are they using to get success, to get the win?
The hands are strapped in, so those are eliminated. But the pain across the shoulders and down the back through the legs is going to hit them after about 30 seconds. It's just going to hurt so bad, they'll finally have to let go.
All right, our next event here in Tangier, Morocco is the car hold for time. Torfi is set to hit the car hold, as we like to call it. Let's take a moment and meet this strongman.
My name is Torfi Olofsson. I come from Iceland, Akureyri, the land of the Santa Claus. We had some Iceland have some champions before, like John Paul Sigmarsson and Magnus Ver. So I think it's would be good to win it at least once. Got a special holiday in Iceland, and we eat lots of sheep heads. You should try it. Sheep testicles. Maybe it tastes a little bit like maybe chicken. Insides of sheep. 190 kilos. I should like food.
Well, Torfey is set to burn off some of those calories. Here are his dimensions. 6 feet 7 inches tall, 418 pounds is his weight. His biceps 24 inches.
Ready.
His chest an amazing 67 inches, and he'll need all of that strength right now, Bill. This car, 2,337 pounds.
The trick right from the start, Todd, is to relax your whole body and just get in a real comfortable position in order to hold that thing as long as you possibly can.
Well, Torfey is strapped in. Now, Bill, as someone who has done this before, is he at a disadvantage? Remember, Alexander Matiev, the Russian, has dropped out of the competition. So in a sense, Torfey is out there all by himself, and he has no one to go head-to-head with for motivation.
Todd, the motivation in this event really comes from within. Most of the time, you're just looking straight ahead or closing your eyes, thinking about something else, hoping that not one muscle in your body breaks down, because as soon as one does, another's going to follow. The whole body starts to shake, and you just have to drop it.
Well, Torfey now approaching the 45-second mark. These cars, 2,337 pounds with 2 passengers in the back seat. And for the folks here in Tangier, Morocco, they are truly witnessing a feat of strength. Now, last year at Prima Nevada at the World's Strongest Man, Torfey excelled in the deadlift event.
Oh, he did. In an event like this, it's not really the big muscles, the big movers that are involved. It's more the small muscles, the ones that support the spine, the hip flexors. The little muscles are the ones that are going to break down, and then you lose your balance, your technique goes, and you do have to drop it.
Torfey at 1 minute and 20 seconds and still going strong. The pain starting to go across his face. This is absolutely amazing. We kind of thought he would go over a minute, but Bill, how much longer do you think he can go?
He's solid as a rock. He's such a big man. He's doing real well with this. It just depends on how tough he is inside now that he's digging down.
So 1 minute, 38 seconds, .94 becomes the high water mark.
The 2 passengers in the back seat were suspended for almost 1 minute and 40. How do you think it felt when Torfey finally dropped the car?
Whoa! Yanni Virtanen and Phil Pfister are up next.
May hold it for 10 seconds, may hold it for 2 minutes, who knows? See what happens. See if the mind will lead and the body will follow. We'll know in a few minutes.
We're back at the World's Strongest Man with a Metrex moment.
John Paul Sigmarsson, something that people don't know. At San Sebastian, when they were doing the stones, he was making these very theatrical gestures after every time he lifted the stone on his shoulder. Now, they were really like this film we see it today, The Highlander. He was cutting his opponents down and thrusting a sword into them, and he'd lift another stone and that chopped off another opponent. That's what it was all about. And if you look at that, you start seeing this Viking sword or Highland sword. In those days, we had to look to John Paul Sigmarsson perhaps for the humour and the theatricals. John Paul is one of my greatest heroes of all time.
That's it! Set to go in the car hold are Yanni Virtanen and Phil Pfister, but before that, let's check out the strongmen already advancing to the final. Names like Curie, Rasmussen, and Badenhorst you'd expect, but Wout Zylstra, Peter de Bruin, somewhat of a surprise. Phil Pfister on the left, Yanni Virtanen on the right. Both would like to be able to join that Elite Six and make it to the World Strongman Final. Right now, the business at hand, 2,337 pounds with 2 passengers in the back. And remember, the time to beat, 1 minute, 38 seconds, .94, put up by Torfey Olofsson.
You know, it's too bad this isn't just a grip exercise and they have those straps on, because Pfister's got a mitt that can hold these things for a minute without those straps.
Well, not only are Pfister's hands big, but his chest goes 53 inches. And for 6 feet 5 inches, 298 pounds, Pfister could be playing tight end for the New York Jets, but right now he finds himself strapped in here in Tangier, Morocco, going head-to-head with Yanni Virtanen. It looks like Virtanen's grip is starting to go, as are the rest of his muscles. He clocks out at 40 seconds, .20.
Right here, Pfister's got that mental toughness. He's dealing with the pain.
Phil Pfister coming up on 1 minute. The time to beat, 138.94, thrown up by Torfey Olofsson.
1 minute!
Now, he knows what Torfey got. Do you think he's thinking right now, I got to go another 30 seconds?
He's listening for him to call out that time. That's the strategy. Just hold on as long as you can.
And Phil kicks out with a very impressive 118.40. So again, Phil Pfister, the American, he's a rookie in this, and he finds himself in second place. With a first here at the car hold, Olofsson now has a first and a third place. Virtanen has a first and a third, and Pfister has 2 second-place finishes, with the Russian Matiev withdrawing after an injury. So the 3 left are all tied for first with 2 events in the books and 2 left to be tackled. Coming up when we return to the Metrics World's Strongest Man, the winch competition. We're back at the Syrian Mosque in the heart of the city of Tangier, Morocco for the winch competition. Let's briefly recap the scoring for you. All 3 strongmen are tied for first place. And first up will be Finland's Jani Virtanen.
Well, I like Virtanen's chances here. He's really athletic, and he's real hungry. You know, the proper position here is to have that bar at the bottom with the rope tight. As you pull on the bus, that first stroke has got to be really smooth, and then you use your whole body to push back over on the bar. The athlete who gets as many smooth strokes and strong pulls in as he can is going to get this bus moving fast and over the course the quickest.
When he's not pulling buses, the 29-year-old is a carpenter by trade. His claim that he has never had any operations, illnesses, or injuries may be in jeopardy after this competition, but he has got this bus absolutely flying down this 30-meter course.
You can see the power he's using on every stroke. He's really hitting these poles.
So the time for Jani Virtanen, a very respectable 34 seconds even.
Jani's technique was perfect right from the start, with a really strong pull and a lot of athleticism all the way through. This is what brought him that great time.
Our next competitor in the winch competition will be American Phil Pfister from West Virginia. Now, Phil has 2 second-place finishes. This really could be a breakout for him if you get a first here, Bill.
He looks like he's really getting ready for this event. He's pulling the rope and getting just as tight as he can. The bus is in position. The problem is his handle is just in the wrong position. He can't pull from there. He won't be able to pull or push. This is a big mistake on his part. It's just going to be a slow start.
And we saw with Jani Virtanen how important the starts are. His time, 34 seconds even, and that is what Phil Pfister has to top.
Phil's really strong, and he's pulling this thing fast. Just don't know if he can make up that time.
With the start he had, Bill, how much time do you think he lost?
Oh, probably 2-3 seconds anyway. And in a race like this, that's a lot of time.
And the time for Phil Pfister, 35.18. And he knows now the best he can do is second.
Phil really had to struggle at the beginning. He missed the first pull, and he struggled to push the bar over for the second. This is where he lost that critical time he needed to surpass Virtanen.
Olofsson needs to beat 34 seconds to overtake Virtanen and gather first place. Some consequential points to take with him into the last event. And a long road awaits him.
Ready? Take the straight.
The Icelandic giant, 6 feet 7 inches tall. He weighs 418 pounds. Bill, does he have an advantage? He outweighs the other competitors by more than 100 pounds.
Todd, I don't think the weight has much to do with this. As you saw at the beginning, he started to pull on the bar when it was in a high position. He didn't get a good, long, strong pull. No matter what his speed is down the course, he's at a disadvantage from the start.
34 seconds, the time to beat if Torfi Olofsson wants to claim first in this discipline. And it's going to be close. And the time for Torfi Olofsson, 34.03, so he just misses out. He knows it's going to be close, but he's getting the official word now, and he's going to be disappointed.
You would think with Torfi's size and power, he would have had the advantage in moving the bus down the course. But as it turns out, much to Torfi's surprise, Virtanen is winner by 3/100ths of a second.
With 4 points for first in the winch, Virtanen has the lead with Olofsson and Pfister close behind. Going into the last event, it's up for grabs. Who will move on?
Get ready for the tire flip coming up next on The World's Strongest Man.
The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, engineered nutrition. Enjoy a little of the local flavor in the Grand Marketplace in Tangier, Morocco. We now head just a few minutes away to the port, where our next event, the tire flip, is just about to get underway. But first, let's get you caught up to date on the action thus far. In our first event, the carry and drag newcomer to the strongman scene, Yanni Virtanen upset veteran Torfi Olofsson and American hopeful Phil Pfister. In the car hold, Olofsson came back strong with a deciding win over Pfister. And at the winch, it was Yanni Virtanen who would reel himself back into the lead with a victory in the third of 4 disciplines. So here's the way things unfold. If Virtanen wins, he advances. Simple as that. Torfi, on the other hand, he needs to win the tire flip in order to force a tie with Virtanen. Both strongmen would then have the same amount of first places. Thus, a tire flip off to decide who advances to the final. American Phil Pfister is out of the running even if he were to win this event and tie points-wise. He has no first-place finishes, and that is the first tiebreaker. After a long competition build, these 838-pound tires have got to feel like twice that.
Well, you might think that, Todd, after the 3 previous events. But this is where the guys really dig down, push as hard as they can, and try to get over that finish line with the tire to get into the finals.
Just to recap, Yanni Virtanen wins, he is into the final. Torfi Olofsson wins, and they'll have a runoff or a tire flip-off. And right now, Yanni Virtanen looks very strong.
Gosh, he's way ahead, probably 5 meters or more. I don't know how Torfi could catch up to him.
Meanwhile, Phil Pfister continues to push on, although he is not in the running to make it into the final. A little pride on the line there. And there you see the distance between Yanni Virtanen from Finland and Torfi Olofsson from Iceland. And Torfi has closed the gap in that last thrust.
Yanni's got to be able to pick that thing up and get it over one more time. He's finding his lead, turning it into a deficit if Torfi gets this thing turned over.
Look at Torfi getting that last push as the tire goes over. He's getting 2 or 3 feet, and there it is. Torfi Olofsson has come from behind and claimed this event, which means he has forced a runoff with Yanni Virtanen. At the 25-meter mark, Virtanen looked as though he would advance, but he simply ran out of steam, and Torfi took advantage of having been there before. Olofsson comes from behind to force a tie in the standings. As we explained before, they both have the same amount of first places now, so they will have a 15-meter tire flip-off to decide who will advance to the final. Somewhat of a sudden death here at the World's Strongest Man. The original course is cut in half, and the first to cross the 15-meter line gets the pass to the final. And Bill, talk about adding insult to injury. They just went through a very grueling 4th heat, and then they've got to come back and do it all again. But really, there's no strategy here. It's all or nothing.
That's it. They're totally forgetting about the other 4 things they did. This is the only thing on their mind. Each of these guys wants to win.
Well, the tail of the tape is like this. Torfi Olofsson, 33 years old. Yanni Virtanen, 29 years old, in his first appearance in the World's Strongest Man. And you see jitters getting the best of him right there. Well, unlike the previous heat, Torfi Olofsson is getting a much better start.
I think you'll notice after he pushes it over, it slides about a foot, and he seems to catch a little distance right there. That's the difference in this race right now.
Well, whether he knew he was going to win that last heat and force this tire flip-off, he sure has saved something in the tank.
I am not finished! I am Icelandic! Not finished! Icelandic!
Well, the emotions surely running high as Torfi Olofsson once again has made it into the final of the world's strongest man, and Jani Virtanen just misses by 5 meters. Olofsson showed extraordinary determination and grit to defeat the young Finn. Some of the most verbal expressions we've ever seen from this Icelander. Bill Kazmaier's down with the victor. Near Morocco in Northern Africa, the world's strongest man continues. Today, you'll see Scotland's strongman, Jamie Barr. Representing South Africa, Wayne Price. From Japan, Michael Abdullah. And a finalist from a year ago, Sweden's Magnus Samuelsson. The competition knows Samuelsson is the one to beat. The Farmer's Walk is the first of 4 events you'll be seeing today on the World's Strongest Man. The lane assignments are like this. In lane 1, it will be Barr in the white. Lane 2, Price in the maroon. Lane 3, Abdullah in the navy blue. And in lane 4, Samuelsson in the blue. And they are away. This course some 50 meters, and right from the start, Bill, as we thought, Magnus Samuelsson has the lead.
Well, Magnus has really got the height for this event. He struggles a little bit with the turn, but he's got a lot of experience with those cylinders. He's moving down that course as fast as he can.
Each cylinder weighing 265 pounds. And you see the rest of the competitors struggling. For Magnus, not a problem.
Most guys are going to drop those cylinders. Magnus holding on to him is just sending a message to the guys. He's ready for this competition.
Wayne Price will take second. Michael Abdullah struggling to get those cylinders moving once again. And Jamie Barr checks in 3rd place.
Abdullah lacks experience here, and he's kind of showing he's really a competitor and isn't going to quit. But his grip is just going because he probably hasn't practiced enough.
Abdullah calls it quits. He will take 4th, but the victory goes to Magnus Samuelsson from Sweden. Welcome to Tangier, Morocco for the Metrics World's Strongest Man, where 4 men will be trying to claim a place in the finals. Already advancing to the finals from Group 1, the powerful Riku Kiri of Finland. The veteran strongman from South Africa, Gerard Badenhorst, secured a place in the finals by winning Group number 4. Denmark's Flemming Rasmussen devastated his competition in Group 6 on his way to the finals. Joining them in the finals will be Wout Zilstra of Holland, South Africa's Peter de Bruin, Dutchman Baron Venenberg, and the biggest of the strongmen, Iceland's Torfi Olofsson.
Hey, I'm Magnus Samuelsson. Stay where you are because next event is log lift. See you.
This edition of The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. A beautiful day in Tangier, Morocco, where summer is still here. Temperatures in the mid-80s, which is good for our athletes. Especially good day for Magnus Samuelsson from Sweden. He looks very fast in the Farmer's Walk.
Well, he does, you know, and he's really the class of this field. But Wayne Price from South Africa usually finishes 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all over the world in competitions. I think he's just been a little bit unlucky to draw Samuelsson in his group.
All right, given that, partner, what do you see this year for Magnus Samuelsson?
Well, he's improved over the last 2 or 3 years. You know, he's so athletic. He's really tall. The events in the finals seem to favor him. And barring injury, he could actually be the strongest man in the world this year.
All right, let's talk about what's in the books. The Farmer Walk is done. They will all conclude with the tire flip. This is extremely excruciating way to end the competition.
Oh, what an event. A 5-foot-tall tire weighing 880 pounds flipped end over end all the way down the course.
And just prior to that, a World Strongman Classic. It's the arm-over-arm pull. You've been there before. What's it going to take to win?
The rope is just so tough. It hurts your hands. It hurts your arms, your back. You're pulling a big truck. It's going to be a tough one.
But up next, it's the log lift for reps. Very important for Samuelson to get the points here.
Right. And taking that log from the ground, overhead, to arm's length, really judged strictly. 220 pounds per reps, 90 seconds. It's going to be a tough event.
Well, the stage is literally set for our second discipline. Right now, Bill Kazmaier is down with Wayne Price.
Wayne, this next event seems to suit your big shoulders. What's your approach?
Well, Bill, really, I actually prefer a log, a wooden log. The metal logs I've never actually liked. It's a very thin log. This I also prefer a bigger log. So I don't know. I've been having the feel of it. It's feeling a little awkward still now, but I'm sure once we get into the competition, it'll be a little different.
And what do you feel about these real strict rules with a lockout up over your head before the down signal?
Well, if it's applied, it's going to be good. I mean, I think it's going to be fair to everyone then. It's going to be tough, you know, to get all the lockouts, and especially when you're getting up into the higher repetitions, you know, and the wind and your breath short, to keep it going is going to be tough.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
Let's go to the first heat.
Our first heat features Michael Abdullah representing Japan. He's originally from Australia. He goes head-to-head with Jamie Barr from Scotland. Both men are 33 years old. Abdullah standing 5'11", Jamie Barr going 6 feet 2 inches tall. Both men struggling from the get-go, Bill. Michael Abdullah seems to be having problems with his footwork.
He does, Todd. It looked like his shoe might have been coming off. He made that first rep kind of easy. But remember, this log is really tough to get up to your shoulders and then press and hold over your head.
242 pounds. They have 90 seconds to get up as many reps as possible. Both men struggling, holding steady at 2 right now.
Well, they're making the clean pretty easy. But as you can see, to get that thing locked out and stand there until you get a down signal is the toughest part of the lift. When Jamie stops with the log on his chest like this, it's really difficult for him to get the log started and accelerate all the way to arm's length and still keep the balance.
Michael Abdullah will make one more attempt to pick up another rep as time winds down. And as you pointed out, Bill, somewhat easy to get it to their chest. This is where the problem is.
This is all shoulders and triceps. Michael just doesn't have what it takes to get that thing up.
Jamie Barr trying to pick up one more rep, Bill. At this point, both men seem like they are absolutely spent.
The clean up to the chest is the easy part. As you can see, there's no chance of another successful lift.
The whistle sounds, the final tally. Abdullah, 3 reps, Barr, 3 reps.
Both Barr and Abdullah struggled with this apparatus. Here you see Michael struggle with balance and body position on his lockout.
When we come back, Wayne Price and Magnus Samuelson will be next in the log lift for reps. Before we return to the action, let's step aside for a metrics moment.
At Magic Mountain, there was a moment where, with an injury, I didn't know if I could go on. I tore one hamstring in the squat. I wrapped that injury and went again heavier, trying to stay in the competition. I then tore the other hamstring. I thought I was out of the competition, and the doctors advised me to stop. I knew that that was the last thing I wanted to do, and I just could not do that. The next lift was a deadlift. The opening weight was 650 pounds. I lifted that with a great deal of pain. I then went 750, then 850, and 950. And the way I was able to do that was by simply blocking out all the pain. I took my mind somewhere else in between the attempts. I thought of myself as being a wounded animal, where the situation was fight or flight. It was do or die. I made that next moment singularly the most important in my whole life. And as I grabbed the bar, I then went 950 and 1,000 and 1,050 and won the deadlift and went on the next day to win the title as the world's strongest man.
From a 3-time winner to the man from Sweden who'd like to claim that title, let's meet Magnus Samuelsson.
Hey, I'm Magnus Samuelsson. I'm 28 years old and I come from Sweden. When I was a young kid, I watched Jan Paul Sigvarsson on television, and after that I started to lift weights. Then I, by coincidence, turned into other sports, bench press competitions, arm wrestling competitions. It's hard to just train in the gym and to get ready for strongman. The good thing for me is because I'm a farmer from the beginning, so I'm used to working with my body, and also I've been cutting timbers for years. very important to be powerful mentally, because if you're weak there, it doesn't matter how strong you are in the physique. It would be nice just for once to be able to say to yourself that one time I was the greatest, just once.
This year, Magnus is really prepared mentally. With 5 years of experience, he's here to stake his claim for the world's strongest man.
Well, the dimensions on Magnus Samuelsson from Sweden are like this. 28 years old, 6 feet 7 inches tall. He weighs 309 pounds, a 55-inch chest, 22-inch biceps. Wayne Price from the Republic of South Africa out to a quick start, trying to match Magnus Samuelsson. He knows if he can stay close, he might have a shot at the end.
He sure got the shoulder and arm power to press this thing over the head. It's just whether or not he's rhythmic enough to be able to fully utilize his 90 seconds.
Wayne Price has a 60-inch chest and 22-inch biceps. Weighs 320 pounds, and right now they're making it look easy, Bill. They took your advice quick and fast.
Yeah, Magnus isn't taking any time at all once he gets that log to his chest, popping it over his head.
Magnus pressing out at 7.
And he's so rock solid on the lockout, too. He's got extremely long arms, but still, he's so strong in those triceps, doesn't have any problem locking it.
Wayne Price starting to feel the 242 pounds taking its toll. Magnus continues to press on.
Magnus is in great shape. Wayne's feeling fatigue setting in, and he's got to commit himself for that next rep.
Wayne Price steps out with 6 reps. Magnus will try to make it double digits. And probably a wise move there, Bill. He didn't need it. He's already won the heat with 9 reps. Why expend any more valuable energy? Both Samuelsson and Price started out strong, but Magnus surged ahead to win the heat. Magnus Samuelsson wins his 2nd consecutive event with 9 reps. Wayne Price in 2nd place with 6 reps, and Michael Abdullah and Jamie Barr tying at 3 apiece. After 2 events, it is Samuelsson off to a nice start, followed by Wayne Price, Jamie Barr, and Michael Abdullah. When we return to Tangier, Morocco, we'll have more of the world's strongest man, including the arm-over-arm pull. Stay with us. In beautiful Tangier, Morocco, the mosque serves as the site for our next event, the arm-over-arm pull. There is the course and the apparatus our athletes will be facing. Right now, let's have a look at the highlights of earlier action. It was Michael Abdullah with considerable support, but it was to no avail, as he had tremendous difficulty moving the truck down a 30-meter track. Up was Scotland's Jamie Barr, who managed to pull the truck almost 23 meters before time expired. Next up, the South African Wayne Price, currently in 2nd place after 2 events. And Bill, at this point, he really is the only competition for Magnus Samuelsson. He's the only one in position, really, to mount a challenge.
That's right, but he's going to have to take a 1st place in this truck pull. With this rope hand over hand, there's a great deal of stress on the hands and the back. You really have to get off to a fast pull, and you have to collect that rope and be smooth all the way through the race.
Well, the distance to beat, 22.69, put up by Jamie Barr. And he's got more than 8 tons at the end of that rope. What do you think of this technique thus far, partner?
Well, Todd, he's using a lot of leg, but he's really not throwing his back into it. He should be laying his head way back and pulling for all he's worth.
Well, Wayne has got himself a difficult predicament right now. The truck almost at a dead standstill. And he's got to try to get 8 tons moving once again, and that's going to be hard at this point.
Todd, the problem is he's not gathering up enough rope. When he pulls, he just gets the slack out of the rope, and he just doesn't get a long enough pull on the truck.
Now, you see, just before that 15-meter mark, that is Michael Abdullah's mark of 12.6 meters. Wayne Price will surpass that, but Bill, I don't know if he has much left.
Well, at this point, his cardio is in question. His overall body is fatigued. He's just using his legs as he pulls. His grip is gone. He's starting to wrap the rope around his arm. He's just doing all he can to get that truck to move a little bit farther down the course.
Well, the truck now at a complete standstill. And Wayne Price has nothing left in the tank. He kicks out at 14.60 meters.
Wayne Price can't be happy with his effort. He just wasn't hungry enough for the rope to get a full pull on the truck.
Earlier, we had a chance to catch up with Sweden's Magnus Samuelsson and his wife, Christine.
Hello, my name is Christine Samuelsson, and this is my husband, Magnus. And I'd like to show you around his body my favorite parts. And I think I start with the legs. These legs, oh, look at these legs. They're really huge. I can't reach around them, but the arms, oh, the arms. It's 56 centimeters around the arms. Look at the arms. Oh, I love them. And then you go down to this part. This part here, the bumps, is also good. But actually, my really favorite part is this. But I have another part, but I don't want to tell you about that one.
Well, Christine Samuelsson, a strong woman in her own right, a blacksmith by profession. Now, for the rest of the competitors, the news gets worse. Magnus Samuelsson lists the arm over arm as his favorite competition, Bill, so we expect big things from him.
Well, you can see how he gets the rope tight right away, puts a really long pull on it. He's real hungry for the rope and leans way forward and gets a good grip before he pulls.
Well, the distance to beat was 22.69. No doubt in anyone's mind that Magnus Samuelsson is going to surpass that mark. The question now is how fast he will complete the 30-meter course. And Bill, you look at this guy's athletic ability. He's got NFL scouts just drooling.
Well, Todd, he is a true decathlete of strength. He's mastered many different disciplines and has great overall body power.
Well, it's now just a matter of time for Magnus Samuelsson from Sweden as he comes to the finish line of this 30-meter course, and there it is. Magnus Samuelsson completes the 30 meters in 53.18 seconds and wins yet another event. Magnus displaying tremendous form, and he was the only one in his group to complete the 30-meter distance. By virtue of that victory, Magnus Samuelsson has clinched his spot in the World's Strongest Man final. When we return to Tangier, Morocco, the fourth and final event, the tire flip. The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. In our first event, the Farmer's Walk, Magnus Samuelsson ran away from the competition. In the log lift for reps, once again, it was Samuelsson who was victorious. And in the arm over arm, Magnus demonstrated textbook form in prevailing. So entering the final event of the day, it is Magnus Samuelsson in the lead with 12 points, Wayne Price in second, Jamie Barr in third, and Michael Abdullah in fourth. Back at the port of Tangier, the stage is set for the tire flip. That is Michael Abdullah on the left in the blue, Jamie Barr from Scotland in the black tank top. Now with Magnus Samuelsson already clinching this group, Bill, this is really just for pride.
You're right, Todd. That has a lot to do with it, but experience is really a big factor also. Michael has really never seen these tires before, so that's going to play a big part in his effort. Where Jamie has practiced with these tires, he's competed many times, and he's doing really well with it.
Jamie Barr stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. Michael Abdullah 5'11". Is the height a big factor?
Not really, Todd. It's really how you get your body into position. Just when you start the lift, you've got to be really low. Jamie does that perfectly. He's got a 3-part push here. He gets that tire right over.
These tires each weighing 838 pounds. The course 30 meters long. They have 90 seconds to get as far as they can. Jamie Barr approaching the finish line. He has one more flip to complete the course. Jamie Barr completes the course in 1 minute 10 seconds, .91. Meanwhile, Michael Abdullah struggling down the course. Abdullah just passing the 15-meter mark as the 90 seconds come to a conclusion. Clearly, Michael Abdullah proved to be more popular with the crowd than the official scores. And we move to our final pairing. This is Wayne Price versus Magnus Samuelsson. Wayne Price in the maroon, Magnus Samuelsson in the blue. The competition basically over. Magnus Samuelsson has clinched the berth into the final. But I guarantee, Bill, he's not going to lay down for this one.
Tone, you can see he's just a little bit tall for this event. He's really got to crouch down and get low in order to drive that tire up and over in one move.
Wayne Price started out very strong in this competition, 2 second-place finishes. But the arm-over-arm pole really did him in.
And as you can see in the tire flip, you're using a lot of arms to pick that tire up.
Magnus's wife, Christine, cheering him on in the background in Swedish. The time to beat, 1 minute, 10 seconds, .91, put up by Jamie Barr.
Todd, and looking at Wayne, his body is just totally fatigued. He's really struggling with the tire.
Magnus down to his final flip, and he does it, stopping the clock at 1 minute 14.22, so he doesn't win this discipline. The only one he didn't win is Magnus Samuelsson is moving on to the final. And Wayne Price's day has also come to an end, and he acknowledges the crowd. Second place in the tire flip is good enough for Magnus Samuelsson as he claims the overall victory for the group. He is headed to the final. He's now down with Bill Kazmaier.
Magnus, what have you learned after these first 4 events headed into the finals?
I just learned that I seem to be in quite good shape, even though this event I didn't go for full speed because there is no need for it. But it was a quite hard event, actually.
Oh, yes. And how do things change in the finals? What makes it different?
Finals is so long and so many events and so many good guys in it, so whoever has his peak at the moment will win it. It's a very open history.
Magnus Samuelsson giving us a great effort in the tire turn, even though he didn't need it for the win.
Another chapter of the world's strongest man has been written. For Bill Kazmaier, I'm Todd Harris saying so long from Tangier, Morocco. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of Go Network, go.com. On the continent of Africa, we take you to the northern tip, to the city of Tangier, Morocco. This is where we will decide who will be crowned the Metrics World's Strongest Man. This is the Super Yoke competition, the first of 4 events you'll see today. Strongman American Mark Philippi getting into position. Philippi is the strength coach at UNLV, and by being out here in the competition, it just goes to show you he practices what he preaches. Hello, everybody. I'm Todd Harris. With me is Bill Kazmaier. And Bill, there you see the lane assignments. Tell us a little bit about this event.
Well, Todd, you see the athletes lifting this bar with the 2 engine blocks hanging underneath, weighing 783 pounds. They've got to move these blocks down a 25-meter course. It's really going to put a strain on their hips and all the way down their back.
Bill Linden out to an early lead, has to set down. Now remember, it is from where you touch initially. So Vladimir Turchinski is going to be measured from the initial touchdown. But Mark Philippi, the American, out in front, and he has a good pace going, Bill.
He sure does. And, you know, he's super strong in his legs. He squats about 1,000 pounds, and carrying this 783 is no problem for him.
Mark Philippi completes the course in 25 seconds, .13, and he is the only one out of the group to do so. Yevgeny Popov also touching down. What a grueling way to start this edition of the World's Strongest Man.
This is Mark's second year on the strongman scene, and he's already the top American competing. What a great future.
So American Mark Philippi from Las Vegas, Nevada is successful in his first competition, trying to become one of our final two competitors to move on to the World's Strongest Man final. Hello everyone, I'm Todd Harrison, the breezy Tangier, Morocco port, and today's competition focuses on strength, not only in the back as we saw in the Super Yoke, but in the arms and the legs. Our next three disciplines, very grueling. We will start off first of all with the deadlift for reps. Now what this is, modified cars with handles on the back, the competitors as many reps as possible. From there we move on to the wheelbarrow competition. These wheelbarrows, not your garden variety, they're equipped with seats. Within those seats, human beings that supply the weight. And then finally, the tire flip. These tires weighing in excess of 800 pounds as they make their way down the course. Remember the point system, 4 points for first. So Mark Philippi has picked up 4 points, 3 for second, 2 for third, and 1 for fourth. Right now, let's go down to my colleague, Bill Kazmaier, who is standing by with the Super Yoke winner, Mark Philippi.
Thanks, Todd. Mark, how important is it for you to get off to a good start?
It was really big. I wanted to make sure I did well in the first heat to try and get out ahead a little bit. And I was worried about this one a little bit, but I was happy with that. Just wanted to go slow and steady and finish.
Tell me, how important is it for you to be the world's strongest man?
I wouldn't do it if I didn't want to be it. So, you know, it's going to take some time. I'm not going to be happy just getting to the finals this time. I'm going to try and improve upon my performance, and hopefully I can do well in the next 3 heats to get there. You know, it's just one event so far, and I got 3 more to do well in before I can get to the finals.
Well, good luck to you, Mark.
Thank you.
Back to you, Todd.
When the World's Strongest Man continues, we'll see guys who are lifting cars, a normal mode of transportation. But here in Tangier, Morocco, this is the only way to get around. Stay with us. This edition of The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. We head to the beach for our next competition, the deadlift for reps. Bill Linden is up first, competing with Vladimir Turchinski. But before we head to the cars, let's learn a little bit about the man living among koalas and kangaroos.
Hello, I'm Bill Linden. I'm 34 years old. I'm from Australia, and I'm ready for action. I'm probably in my best condition that I've ever been in, as this sport goes. But this is my 4th attempt, and I've never made a final. So I'm pretty hungry at the moment to make a little bit of a mark in the sport. All right, I've got some tough competitors, so I've got my work cut out for me. Yeah, well, I wanted to keep my condition up and try and lift my fitness a bit, so I've been playing soccer with the local kids. They don't speak English, but we speak the universal language of soccer. At first, they just laughed and let me play by myself on the field, but they just said, look, just stay in the goal. It's all right, it's safer.
Well, Bill's certainly known more for his offense than his defense. This is the first of 2 heats in the deadlift, or as we like to call it, the car lift for reps. On the left in the red, Vladimir Turchinski from Russia. On the right in the black, Bill Linden from Australia.
Bill not getting credit there for a lockout. He's got to stand completely erect with this car to get credit.
These cars, 2,337 pounds, and we've added 2 passengers in the back.
Bill's really digging down here, using his whole body, just screaming to lift this car up.
Well, as you pointed out, Dougie Edmonds, the head referee, having problems with Linden's technique. He did not get credit for that 12th attempt, so he stays at 11. Meanwhile, Turchinski holds at 7. Well, Bill, let's talk about their technique. Both of these men went out very fast, and right now it's showing.
Yeah, at an event like this, you just got to do all you can do. There's no pacing yourself. You know pretty much when you're finished, and at that point, there's no reason to try again. You want to save yourself for the next event.
Well, Torchinsky and Linden both coming to that realization. Bill Linden knows he has to push himself to the utmost. With both Philippi and Popov to follow, he's down with Kaz.
Bill, that was a lot of weight in 11 reps. Do you think that's enough to stay ahead of Philippi and Popov?
Oh, no. After my result from yesterday's event, I really need to pull something out today, but I know both guys are renowned deadlifters, so I just had to get as many as I could in as shortest time possible.
Judging by your reaction at the end, you look like you were pretty happy with that performance.
Yes, under conditions, yeah. It was a fair result for me.
Well, great job.
Thanks very much.
Before we head to break, enjoy this World's Strongest Man metrics moment.
The first time I competed in the World's Strongest Men competition was at Universal Studios a couple of years back. And as I recall, one of the greatest competitors in the competition was the former champion, Don Reinhardt. To just see this man walking along at 350 pounds with 23 or 24-inch arms, knowing that he squatted 940 pounds, he deadlifted the world record of 881 pounds, an event that I wanted to beat him in so badly was the car lift. In that lift, we went back and forth from 800 to 900. Don, at just over 1,000 pounds, elected to give me the last try because he didn't want any more. And I was able to be successful with that huge weight and beat him for the first time. And that, to me, meant so much because I knew then that I really wanted to be the world's strongest man like he was. That time I finished third. I was not successful in the competition, but I told him that I would be back.
We are back at the beach in Tangier for more of the World's Strongest Man in the second heat of the deadlift for reps. Preparing for his deadlift is American Mark Philippi. He is in first after one event with the win at the Super Yoke.
Hi, I'm Mark Philippi. I'm 33 years old. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada. I consider myself the top U.S. strongman right now. The competition is very much event-orientated in that it can change from year to year. You can do better or worse depending upon what events they have. I came over here with the idea of trying to improve upon my performance in the finals. If I do that, I'll be happy, try and get better and better each year. I've watched the contests on TV and wanted to see how I stacked up against guys in other parts of the world and the guys that are supposed to be the strongest guys in the world. If you've watched these contests in the past, the guys that have been around for a few years are the guys that are at the top now, and it takes a little bit of time.
American Mark Philippi getting strapped in, as is Evgeny Popov of Bulgaria. Now, as if the event was not difficult enough, they have added a couple of 100 pounds in the form of passengers in the back seat. And we are set to go.
Ready! Linden set the mark at 11, but Evgeny and Mark are both powerlifters with a lot of experience and great overall body strength. They should be able to come close to what Bill did.
5, 4, 6, 7.
Mark Philippi from Las Vegas, Nevada, now at 8 reps. And Bill, you really can tell that he spends a lot of time in the gym. His technique is so clean.
Right, Todd. Here we're taking a look at Evgeny Popov, but Mark really does his homework doing a ton of deadlifts in the gym.
Well, Philippi at 13, Popov at 9, and Popov is giving up 10 years to Mark Philippi. Evgeny Popov, 43 years old and still going strong. This is a 90-second competition, so both men can afford to take a rest. Popov notching an even dozen. Philippi at 17.
Looks like a little bit of strategy going on here, where Mark's just kind of watching Evgeny to see whether he is going to catch up to him or not.
40.
Popov gets to 15. Mark Philippi holding steady at 19 with just seconds remaining. So Mark Philippi will kick out at 20. Evgeny Popov at 15.
Just an amazing feat of strength as you get a look from our ESPN car camera. Mark's legs are among the strongest in the entire field, and this right here is an example of their power.
Phillippe's second first place gives him a total of 8 points and a 2-point lead over Popoff. He's on pace to land himself a spot in the World's Strongest Man final. 8 men have already advanced. Veteran strongmen Riku Kiri, Fleming Rasmussen, and Garrett Badenhorst are among the Elite 8 awaiting the final 2 qualifiers, and this man has a jump on one of those 2 spots.
Hi, I'm Mark Phillippe, and I'm coming at you next in the wheelbarrow competition.
Right behind the legendary Casbah, we caught up with some local snake charmers who dared to handle this black cobra. Joining the festivities was Mark Phillippe as he so willingly became a part of this scaly act.
Oh, yes, champion! Oh, yes, champion! يا وليدي العند الرواية! champion!
Lovely.
Escaping the slithery reptiles, we make our move to the mosque in downtown Tangier, where our third event will transpire, the wheelbarrow. Bill's with Yevgeny.
Evgeny Popoff. Mark Phillippe has won the last 2 events. How have you prepared for this wheelbarrow race?
I want very strong to beat him. Now and tomorrow. Very strong. Inside right.
Well, you look so strong in the lifting of the car. Is that the same sort of strength for the wheelbarrow race?
No, not the same. I'm really strong, but not for counting, for repetition. I'm strong for maximum, but I will try to do my best now.
Russian Vladimir Torchinsky was the first to attempt this loaded wheelbarrow. His try proved unsuccessful, however, and left the 25-meter course unfinished and a touch bloody. Australian Bill Linden had other plans. Early balancing troubles were overcome. And determined to finish, he now holds the time to beat. That takes us to Yevgeny Popoff. He is next. And Popoff is no stranger to the strongman scene. In fact, it is quite impressive to see him still competing at such a high level.
Right, Todd, this sport is destructive to the body, and it is truly amazing to see Yevgeny hang in there year after year to make his mark in the world of strength.
There you see the time to beat. This is a 25-meter course, and there is a time limit of 90 seconds. So far, so good for 43-year-old Yevgeny Popoff from Bulgaria.
Todd, he is really smooth, but I think the grip is going on him. Those handles are extremely hard to hold on to. And remember, there are no straps in this lift.
Just a few feet away from that finish line. As you pointed out, Bill, his grip is almost gone.
It is, and he's trying to commit himself to just pick that thing up one more time and move it across the line. The cart can't slide. He's got to lift it up and move it.
Well, he stops the clock, but I think we're going to have a ruling here. As you pointed out, Bill, he's got to lift it.
Incomplete. No attempt to lift wheelbarrow. Slid over line.
Illustrating Dougie's explanation, Yevgeny pushed the wheelbarrow across the line instead of carrying it across. He is credited with a distance of 23.1 meters.
American Mark Philippi is getting the people's weight position for balance, which is so important. He needs to cross the finish line, the 25-meter line, in less than 51.3 seconds to better the mark set by Bill Linden and claim first not only in the wheelbarrow, but a win here would solidify him a spot in the final.
Speaking with Mark before the event, he told me he was the most apprehensive about this one. He hasn't had a chance to train for it. There's a great deal of grip involved. He's really psyched up for it, and he wants to give a Herculean effort.
The time to beat 51.30 thrown up by Australian Bill Linden.
He's so rock solid, he's got his balance down. He's taking those really small steps and really using that power.
Well, for someone who hasn't trained for this event, Mark Philippi is doing a stellar job crossing the finish line at 21.14, beating Linden by almost 30 seconds. Philippi shattered the time set by Linden and perhaps makes a statement for those who await him in the finals. Let's go down to Bill Kazmaier.
Congratulations, Mark. What an awesome performance. What did you do that was different than the other athletes in the wheelbarrow?
Boy, I don't know. I just tried to get control of it before I went. And then take short steps. And it's like the farmer's walk. You got to think of something else and just keep looking down and going.
How does it feel to be the 9th competitor in the finals?
Feels pretty good right now. I'm happy.
So Mark Philippi wins his 3rd event in a row and moves to 12 points. An amazing feat for a man who said he wasn't ready to compete in the wheelbarrow competition. So Philippi has indeed set a standard, winning all 3 events. With 1 to go, he looks to complete a clean sweep when we head to our 4th and final event. Coming up, the tire flip, when we continue on the Metrics World's Strongest Man. This edition of The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. Thus far, American Mark Philippi has had a perfect performance on The World's Strongest Man. It all began with a super yoke, where he was the only finisher in the group, taking home 4 points for first. His dominance continued in the next event, the car lift, where he outdid his closest competitor by 5 reps.
2, 3, 4.
Then it was the wheelbarrow. Once again, Philippi left his fellow strongmen in the dust, slamming the door on his competitors' hopes of reaching the finals. And now we have made our way back to the harbor here in Tangier for the tire flip. The first to tackle the tires were Bill Linden and Vladimir Turchinsky. Although the spot in the finals has already been clinched, there is definitely a sense of pride among these men. Linden in the black and Turchinsky in the red. Both men gave it their all. But it was Australian Bill Linden who would do the dancing after pushing the tire 22.80 meters. In your foreground, the tires that await our last 2 competitors of the day in what will result in a sure spot in the final for Mark Philippi. The Bulgarian Popov will face Philippi one more time, but do you think Mark will just lay down one turn and save it for the final?
I think Mark is enough of a competitor that he wants to put on a good showing. He wants to let all the guys know in the finals that he's going to be a man to reckon with.
Well, as we pointed out before, Yevgeny Popov on the left, Mark Philippi on the right, gives up 10 years. He's 43 years old to Mark Philippi's 33. But you got to take your hat off to Yevgeny Popov. At 43 years old, still going strong.
He is, Todd. Even though his chances to get into the finals are already gone, he's going to give Mark a run for his money in this tire flip.
Both of these men bring a nice balance of brain and brawn to this competition. Both of them holding engineering degrees. Mark Philippi, the strength coach at UNLV, and Popov, a former Olympian in weightlifting. As they pass the 20-meter mark, Mark Philippi does not look like a man who's already assured himself a spot in the final. And Yevgeny Popov certainly doesn't look like a guy who's out of contention.
Both these guys are giving a great effort. They both actually built perfect for this tire flip, using their legs and their back all the way through the event.
Mark Philippi one turn away from claiming his spot and making it official. And there it is. So the strength coach from UNLV, United States of America, Mark Philippi, moves in to the World's Strongest Man final. And the heat has come to an end for Yevgeny Popov.
It'll be interesting to see if Yevgeny Popov comes back in next year's competition. He's been around weightlifting competitions for over 20 years, and this could be his last hurrah.
So American Mark Philippi finished in fashion and raced the entire course. Philippi will make his second visit to the World's Strongest Man final. He's down with Bill Kazmaier.
You're the kind of guy that likes to go hard, but did you really need to put that much out in that event?
It wasn't that bad. So, you know, I got a few days off. That's a lot of sitting around. Need to get a little sweat broke.
You're pretty cool, calm, and collected through all the events. Are we going to see any outward displays of aggression?
Start doing cartwheels and dancing around? I mean, maybe.
Good luck in the finals, all right, Mark?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, there you have the final numbers. Philippi, obviously the class of the field, and a decent outing by the Bulgarian veteran. So it is American Mark Philippi dominating his group. He earns a ticket to the World's Strongest Man final. And I'm sure he's hoping the experience he gained last year will come into effect. For Bill Kazmaier, I'm Todd Harris saying so long from Tangier, Morocco. We'll see you next time right here on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Nine men have exhibited raw power. 9 men have shown great determination.
USA.
9 men want what Jukka Ahola has. The reigning champion from Finland begins defense of his title today. The World's Strongest Man is next. Welcome you to Tangier, Morocco on the northern coast of Africa for the Metrics World's Strongest Man. You are looking at the defending World's Strongest Man, Jukka Ahola from Finland. The first discipline for them will be the carry and drag as we look at our lane assignments. Now this is a 50-meter course, 25 down and 25 back. On the first leg, they'll be carrying 440 pounds. On the way back, a chain and anchor weighing 660 pounds.
As a defending champion, Ahola should be the favorite of this event. But Thor and Gerard really look like they're getting off to a fast start. Look at Ahola's strategy here. He's smoothed on the first leg of the course. He hasn't lost much time grabbing the anchor. Now he's got to be smooth all the way back to finish this thing.
Scotland's Stuart Murray still trucking down the 440 as Ahola, Thor, and Gerard make their way back to the finish line with 660 pounds.
Murray's really struggling here with that block weight. On the other hand, Ahola's just smooth and steady. He's got a good body tilt. He's sure-footed, and he's really determined to get that anchor and chain over the finish line.
The entire apparatus has to clear the finish line. And Jukka Ahola completes the course. The first discipline, the carry and drag, goes into the record books with a victory for him. There is a time limit of 90 seconds, so in lane 1, Hugo Gerard, lane 2, Gunnar Thor battling out for second position.
These guys may have given just too much energy in the first part of the race. They seem to have spent themselves.
Hugo Gerard in the gray. He is from Canada. Gunnar Thor in the blue. He is from Iceland. As time winds down, who will claim second? And it looks like by virtue of one chain link, second place may go to Hugo Girard. For Stuart Murray, a disappointing fourth.
Yoko Ahola, the defending champion, looks in great shape and takes early control in the carry and drag.
So Yoko Ahola is the only man to be able to drag the anchor across the line. Hugo Girard narrowly edges out Gunnar Thor for second, and Scotland's Stuart Murray finishes in fourth.
Hi, I'm Hugo Girard. Don't go away. I'll be back on the Atlas Stone competition.
This edition of The World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, engineered nutrition. High atop the cliffs in Tangier, Morocco, on a very windy day, we're back for more of The World's Strongest Man. Todd Harris along with Bill Kazmaier, and we are off and running with our final group. Only one position remaining for the final, and Yoko Ahola looks very strong. The only guy to complete the carry and drag course.
Oh, that's right. He came in really great shape. Looks like he's starting off right where he left off last year.
He is the defending champion in the World's Strongest Man competition. They have 3 more grueling events to tackle. Next up for them will be the Atlas Stones. Bill, you've competed in this before. This is probably the hardest event we've got.
Right. I like the Atlas Stones. Except this time they're contested in sand, which means it's going to be really hard to hold on to them. The wall is really high. To move the boulders up on top of that wall, it's going to be extremely difficult for anybody to do the 5th one.
If they survive the Atlas Stones, it's on to another grueling event, the Hercules Hold, and this is using 2 cars, split you right in half.
It probably could split some of these guys in half, but they're built so strong. As long as they flex that chest and shoulders and really hold on with a grip, they'll do all right.
And the final discipline facing our competitors will be the tire flip.
You know, not just a conventional tire. It's 880 pounds, it's 5 feet tall. Lucky thing for these athletes, though, it stands up on its end. So the first 4 or 5 feet, all they do is push it over. But that first flip's going to be really tough.
All right, before we get to our next discipline, let's talk about the pressure on the defending champion, Yoko Ahola. As we've seen with Heinz Olisch and Derek Boyer, it is not a cakewalk to the final.
No, you know, anything could happen. He could trip, he could slip. There's quality athletes right behind him ready to take his spot if he makes a mistake.
Here is the point breakdown. The winner of each event earns 4 points. 3 points for second. Third place will get you 2 points, and it's 1 point for fourth. Down at the beach, the first 2 men to tackle the wall. On the right, Stuart Murray from Scotland. On the left from Iceland, Gunnar Thor.
The first stone weighs 210 pounds, ranging all the way up to the largest of 364 pounds.
Now, there is a Kazmaier rule here. You are not allowed to skip stones to move up to the higher one. You have to do them in ascending order. So it'll be 210, 232, 254, 287, and then, if you have anything left, 364 pounds hoisted up onto its specified stand. And you see right there, Gunnar Thor having a hard time holding on to this.
Todd, you see Stuart Murray really struggling with this stone. And height's quite a factor. He's rather short, and that wall is almost over his head.
Stuart Murray staying only 5 feet 9 inches tall. Somewhat of a disadvantage. Gunnar Thor going 6'1".
And this takes so much out of the athletes to carry these stones over to the wall and then have enough strength left to put them up on top.
Now, I noticed just before they went, a lot of the guys were rubbing some kind of substance on their arms and chest. Bill, what is that?
Well, Todd, a lot of the guys are using chalk, and some of the more experienced guys are using pine pitch, which is almost like glue. It's really sticky and helps the hands adhere to that smooth stone.
Well, despite his height, Stuart Murray leads this heat. He has got 3 stones up. Remember, 90 seconds is the time limit. As many stones as you can get up as possible. Gunnar Thor having a real problem with that 3rd stone. But you can't blame him. It weighs in excess of 254 pounds, and that is it. So for Stuart Murray, who had somewhat of a handicap being shorter, he gets 3 stones up. Gunnar Thor only able to manage 2. Up next, the defending champion, Finland's Yoko Ahola. But right now, it's time for another Metrics moment.
One of my greatest memories and most impressive strength feats ever was in Great Gorge, New Jersey, with the event called barrel loading. These barrels were 180 pounds.
There were 2 rows of 6 of them. These 12 barrels were about 10 feet away from a truck that was 5 feet high. Each of the athletes had to reach down and grab these barrels and carry them to the truck, dump them on the back of the truck, and run back and grab the next barrel. What I did different than all of these other athletes was spray sticky on my hands and the glue substance on the barrels. I grabbed each of these barrels and simply twisted my body and torqued and tossed them onto the truck. This was probably the most impressive strength feat ever done in one of the strongman competitions, or so I'm told by many strength historians.
Welcome back to Tangier Beach for more of the Atlas Stones competition. Jouko Ahola, the defending champion, is again carrying the hopes of Finland on his shoulders. Let's take a moment and meet him.
Hello, I'm Jouko Ahola from Finland. I'm 27 years old and I'm world's strongest man. Last year, when I saw the Fleming couldn't lift the tire, then I think now I'm gonna win the competition. It was an unbelievable feeling. I don't want to be bigger. Maybe they don't like what I say now, but they don't look like a sportsman. Everybody in Finland, my relatives and my friends, they think that I will win this year too.
So we've got Jouko Ahola going head-to-head with Hugo Girard. And if you ever venture up to Quebec, Canada, make sure you stay within the limits of the law. Hugo Girard, a police officer in Quebec. Jouko first to the wall with that first stone, which weighs 210 pounds. The next stone, 232 pounds. Two stones up apiece. Hugo Girard using a different method, carrying the stone on his shoulder. And Jouko Ahola onto his 4th stone.
Jouko Ahola is putting a lot of that pine pitch on his hands and all down his arms to really help him with his 5th stone. Even that 4th stone is no small feat. These are some of the toughest conditions ever for lifting these stones. And Ahola is an expert with these stones.
Stone number 5 weighs 364 pounds. Well, Jouko's working on 5. Hanna-Lena, his girlfriend from Finland, cheers him on. Both men have 4 stones now. Bill, what happens if the heat ends right here?
Well, the deciding factor would be that Jouko got his 4th stone up 20 seconds before Hugo did, so he would be the winner.
Just seconds remaining in this heat. And the whistle sounds, so Jouko Ahola will claim the victory in the Atlas Stones by virtue of getting the 4th stone up sooner. As you can see, Jouko Ahola is getting the 4th stone up, while Hugo Girard is just putting up the 3rd. Both men are standing by with Bill Kazmaier.
Hugo, your first time with the stones. How were they?
Pretty heavy, pretty tough. For the first time, I'm pretty happy with what I've done. I think I'm gonna be a lot better next time.
Jouko, did you see Hugo coming up on that 4th stone?
He was unbelievable because this was his first time. And I am a little bit disappointed because I couldn't lift the last one.
What makes this 5th stone so hard? Can you tell us?
It's much bigger than the others, and our hands were so sandy after 4th stone.
Ahola is credited with the win, which gives him 2 wins in 2 events. Hugo must settle for a hard-fought 2nd place. Murray and Thor are tied for 3rd. Coming up next on The World's Strongest Man from Tangier, Morocco, we'll have the Hercules hold. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Metrics World's Strongest Man. We're at the Syrian Mosque located in the center of Tangier. Right now, let's have Bill Kazmaier describe our next event.
Thanks, Todd. The next event is the Hercules hold. This event mainly tests grip, but the proper starting position is going to be to grab one of the handles with each hand, pull in the pectorals, squeeze the shoulders,
Tell each driver to release his brakes until you're really comfortable in holding both cars at all the weight, and then the strain comes. After about 15 or 20 seconds, your body feels like it's going to rip apart. Somewhere around a half a minute, your grip is probably going to let go. It's tremendously painful in the hands.
First up in the Hercules hold, 35-year-old Gunnar Thor. 6'1", 300 pounds, chest 53 inches, biceps 20 inches. He claims Iceland as the motherland, but he was born in Sweden, now lives in Denmark. And this guy knows a thing or two about bodybuilding. His wife is the president of the Danish Bodybuilding Federation. So Gunnar Thor does not get out of line at home.
Gunnar's got tremendous chest, shoulder, and arm strength.
You tell me.
The question is whether he's done his grip training. We'll find out right here.
Each car weighs 2,337 pounds, and they are parked on an upslope. So all that weight now going backwards. Now, Bill, we've talked about this in other disciplines. You really have to mentally go to a very comfortable place.
Right, and breathing's important also. Smooth, rhythmic breathing and just a lot of concentration. Gunnar looks like he's got it all together.
The bottom line is, how long can you hold on? And Gunnar Thor releases at 36.6 seconds, so that becomes the mark to beat in the Hercules hold.
Gunnar Thor looking very relaxed early on.
Next up will be Scotland's Stuart Murray, tied for third place after 2 events.
Ready? Look out, please.
Right.
The dimensions on Stuart Murray, 27 years old, standing 5'9", 278 pounds, chest 54 inches, and the all-important biceps, 22 inches.
You know, Todd, with arms like that, he must have done a lot of training. You can't help but train your grip when you're working arms. But for an event like this, you need specific training on just the grip, which means practicing holding really heavy weights just like this.
The time to beat, 36.6 seconds, put up by Gunnar Thor. Stuart Murray has beat that time and put up a time of 43.71. So Stuart Murray surpasses Gunnar Thor, but pays a heavy price in the arms. Murray, the little strong man from Scotland, holds on until the pain is too much. He's down with Bill.
Stuart, with arms like that, you look like you could hold those cars forever.
No, those cars are a lot heavier as I thought they were going to be. A lot heavier.
Well, that hold puts you in the lead, you know that?
At the moment, aye, but there's still 2 to go, so we'll see what happens.
Let's go back and see Hugo in the Hercules hold.
Billy,
so this is Hugo Girard, the policeman from Quebec, Canada, the youngest of the 4, but the heaviest, 335 pounds. His chest, 60 inches, his biceps, 22 inches. Pretty good dimensions, Bill, for a policeman.
He is really a big man. When we're talking about that grip, these guys squeeze literally as hard as they can, as long as they're holding on to these cars. They don't relax at any time, because when they do, that handle will just slip right out of their hand.
The time to beat, 43.71, put up by Stuart Murray from Scotland.
Sure see the strain on the face.
Well, he comes up short of Stuart Murray. The time for Hugo Girard, 41.95. That will put him currently in second place. 41.95. Hugo Girard grimaces his way through the pain, but he comes up short of Stuart Murray's time. Our final competitor in the Hercules hold. This is Joko Ahola from Finland. He is the defending world's strongest man. The story is simple. If he wins this event, he will clinch a spot, the final spot, for our World Strongman final. The time he has to beat, 43.71, put up by Scotland's Stuart Murray.
To be the strongest man in the world, you've simply got to train more, train harder, and practice longer. Yoko Ahola does all of that.
Well, last year he had somewhat of an advantage. He was kind of a dark horse, but no longer. He has been tagged with the title World's Strongest Man, and everyone is out to take that away from him. 43.71, Bill. You think that's within his reach?
For sure it is, Todd. This man trains every muscle in his body.
Well, he has done it. He has not only won this event with a time of 47.10, but Yoko Ahola is heading back to the World's Strongman Final.
Wins with 47.10.
Yoko displays awesome mental toughness, knows the time to beat, and does it.
Yoko Ahola once again is at the top of the leaderboard, winning the Hercules Hole. He is followed by Murray, Gerard, and Thor. In the overall standings, it is Yoko Ahola clinching a berth in the World's Strongman Final.
We'll be right back on the World's Strongest Man.
This edition of the World's Strongest Man is brought to you by Metrics, Engineered Nutrition. In the carry and drag, Yoko Ahola asserted his will and began to take charge. Next up was the Atlas Stones. Once again, Ahola edged out Hugo Gerard for the win. And in the Hercules Hole, Yoko Ahola showed the form of a champion with his third win in 3 events.
Our next and final event here in Tangier, Morocco, on the World's Strongest Man is the tire flip. This is extremely grueling. They've got to go from this point all the way to the end of the course. That's 30 meters, and they've got to do it within 90 seconds, so it's not going to be easy. I'll give you a quick demonstration on how they're going to accomplish this great feat.
Whoa, Todd.
What's up, Kaz?
Tire?
Well, they said a conventional tire.
Yeah, but it's a conventional tractor tire.
Difference.
Like this one, it weighs 880 pounds. It's 5 feet tall.
5 feet tall.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you handle the demonstration, partner.
In the first heat, Stuart Murray met Gunnar Thor. Gunnar Thor jumped out to an early lead and never looked back. He would win the heat easily. So we are down to our final heat in the final group between Yoko Ahola and Hugo Gerard.
Let's go.
Yoko Ahola in the white jersey, Hugo Gerard in the gray. Not much on the line here, Bill, other than pride. Yoko Ahola has already clinched his berth. He will be going back to the World Strongman Final to defend his title.
And Todd, Yoko is really a proud Finn. He's a tremendous champion. He always puts on a great show. Hugo's got a lot to prove here. He's really going for it. Yoko seems to be saving himself for the final. It must be really tough to get up for the last event knowing you've run away with the qualifier.
Well, right now, Hugo Gerard enjoying a slight lead over Yoko Ahola. Bill, this has got to be a tough event to train for because it's not just any tire store you go by and pick up one of these.
No, but as you know, Yoko's got a tire like this, and he trains a great deal with it. I've seen him take these tires and flip them over a lot faster than this. He just seems to be taking it kind of easy going down the course. I think he's waiting for Hugo to stop and pass him up right at the end. Maybe he's miscalculated the finish of this race.
Well, there is the winning time for Hugo Gerard from Canada, 1:13.28. And like a true competitor, goes over and cheers on Yoko Ahola. A great competition from 2 great warriors and a gracious winner. So the final results in the tire flip look like this. Hugo Girard wins, followed by Yoko Hola, Gunnar Thor in third, and Stuart Murray in fourth. And after winning his group in convincing style, Yoko Hola lets everyone know he's back to defend his title. He is followed by Girard, Murray, and Thor. So it is the defending champion from Finland, Yoko Hola, making his way through his group. He becomes the last member of the world's strongest man final group of 10. We will see if he can defend that title. For my partner, Bill Kazmaier, I'm Todd Harris saying so long from Tangier, Morocco. We will see you next time. Log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com.
Hercules, Samson, legendary strongmen. But who now is the strongest man in the world?
This is Tangier in Morocco, one of the great crossroads of the world, where Europe meets Africa, where the Atlantic meets the Mediterranean. And it's there, according to myth and legend, that Hercules was born. It's all Greek to me, but it's here and now that 10 of the most powerful men imaginable have gathered to find out who is the strongest man on Earth.
It's been a tough old week. From 40 original competitors, we're now down to 10, with 8 events that will test their every sinew.
I am the strongest man in the world.
Jukka Ahola, the only man who really can say that. The winner last time in Las Vegas.
All of the strongest men in the world come from Iceland.
There's only one thing that really upsets Torfi, and that's suggesting he comes from Finland. And believe me, you don't want to upset him. Mark Filippi from the USA at 5 feet 10 and 300 pounds, the proverbial brick outhouse.
Olen maailman vahvimpia miehiä ja toivottavasti voitan tämän kvittelin.
He's saying he's big and he's strong, and he's been Europe's strongest man for the past 2 years. He really wants this title. From the Free State of South Africa, Peter de Bruin, could he take the title to the Southern Hemisphere?
I'm here to represent Canada. I'm going to show the world how strong are Canadian people. Be ready.
Hugo Girard, a big Canuck, winning his place in the final at the expense of the injured Briton Lee Bowers. And Phil Pfister, another late entry, replacing one of the favourites, Flemming Rasmussen from Denmark.
For sure, I am this year the strongest man of the world.
Wout Zilstra, the most flamboyant of all the finalists, a real crowd pleaser from the Netherlands. And his fellow countryman Berend Venneberg, after 3 near misses, at last he's through to the final.
I don't care what the other guys say or think, but I'm only here for one reason, and that's to win it.
Magnus Samuelsson, like ABBA, can he conquer the world? And I tell you, he's no dancing queen. Two names you might not have expected to see in that final lineup: Hugo Girard of Canada, Phil Pfister of the USA. 10 names, 8 events. Here we go. The bustling heart of Tangier, the harbour, is the setting for the first event. From your experience of last year, how important is it to get a good start?
It's
it's very important. I was in 5th place last year in a track pool, but it was very good start to me. But today I need 1st or 2nd place.
And when you look at the other competitors, who worries you most?
Riku and Magnus.
It's always difficult before first event, so everybody's pretty nervous before first event, so just see what happens.
Everybody that we're talking to thinks that you have got a very real chance of winning the whole thing.
I hope they're right. In that case, they worry more about me than I am for them, which is good.
So here we go, the first event of the final, and the one and only time that all 10 men go head-to-head. Each of these cylinders weighs 120 kilograms, and they have to travel 80 meters to the end and back, effectively with a washing machine under each arm. Let's get ready to rumble. Your commentator is Paul Dickinson.
Hugo Girard of Canada, his first time in this final. Torfi Olofsson, the biggest man in the field, 27.5 stones. Phil Pfister, he's never been at this level of competition before. Mark Filippi of Las Vegas, the strength coach. Jukka Ahola, the world's strongest man from last year. Magnus Samuelsson, the people's favourite. Wout Zylstra, he's developing a reputation here, very popular with the spectators. Riku Kiri, the quiet man from Finland. Peter de Bruyne, he's been trying for so many years, as has Beren Venenberg to reach this final, and looking nervous. In fact, all the men looking very, very pensive indeed. It's so quiet out there this morning.
Take your grip.
Douglas Edmonds, the referee for this final, and Magnus Samuelsson can't wait to get started. The big blonde Swede right in the centre. So here we go, 40 metres down, 40 metres back. Samuelsson just wobbling a little bit. 120 kilograms in each hand. That's round about 17.5 stones. Jukka Ahola, the reigning champion's got away to a flying start. Wout Zylstra turns almost with him, and Riku Kiri as well. Samuelsson in 4th place. Well, there's one or two falling by the wayside, but look at this. Jukka Ahola by a whisker. Wout Zylstra in close contention, as is Magnus Samuelsson. Samuelsson's down, and so is Wout Zylstra. Riku Kiri in 2nd place. Oh, that's dramatic. Samuelsson comes through in 3rd, and then Wout Zylstra and Phil Pfister almost together. What a tremendous start for the reigning champion. That was brilliant. Zylstra will be kicking himself. He lost good points there. And so did Magnus Samuelsson, almost coming through into 2nd place. 5 metres short, he dropped it. Riku Kiri can't believe his luck. 2nd for the Finn and 3rd for the Swede. And it's still good points for Wout Zylstra.
Fantastic start, well done.
Thank you. It was very important to me that I win this event, because now I'm last one in a truck pool, and when you do it last, then trucks are warm, and then you will get maybe better time.
So the perfect start for the reigning champion, a Scandinavian 1-2-3 with Kiri 2nd, Samuelsson 3rd, Wout Zylstra in 4th, Pfister 5th, and a disappointing start for Olofsson. Well, those of you used to watching strongman competitions on television know all about events where these guys pull a truck. Well, these days, one truck just isn't enough. And if you saw the heats earlier in the week, you'll remember Jamie Barr competing for Scotland, and he stayed on in Morocco to actually do the testing for this event. Now, talk about the technique here. How much is this arms and how much legs?
It's about 50-50. You've got to pump, once you grab the rope initially, you've got to make sure the rope's really tight so you're getting a good pull on it. And at the same time, you've got to get your legs in as much as you can, small, hard steps. And once the truck initially gets moving, you just keep pumping away.
Well, certainly body weight, a major factor in this contest. And nobody is better equipped than Torfi Olofsson, 27.5 stones.
You ready? Are you ready?
And every ounce of his body has really got to start pulling now, because there's 20 tons of metal behind him. Absolutely incredible. 3 trucks. Never seen that before in World's Strongest Man. Slow progress, but it is steady. The Icelander's got away to a good start, and already those legs beginning to drive. Just glancing across there to see how far he's got already. Now this is good by Olofsson, but the big question mark is what is his stamina like? The doctors have been saying they're a little bit concerned about this event because the heart will be pumping at something like 200 beats a minute by the time these guys get to the finish. But Olofsson is looking better and better. There's still some great competitors to come. But this is far and away his best performance so far, only 9th in the first event. He needs good points here, and he's got it. 62.06, he's absolutely flat on his back, but that was an excellent performance by Torfi Olofsson.
Once you've got the truck rolling, is that the hardest bit? It's easy after that?
I don't know, maybe when you came in halfway, you start to get very tired in your legs. Then you have to really kick on and keep on fighting. Not let the car slow down. Try to have the speed all the way.
Olofsson setting the mark, and after 7 men had been, he was still top of the leaderboard. We join it with the 3 big men still to go.
And Samuelsson just over halfway. The time's looking pretty good too. Still chasing the leading time, 62.06. Olofsson 5 seconds ahead of Zylstra. And Christine really spurring him on. 10 meters to go, and this is where it begins to hurt. He's slipping just a little bit as well. 1 or 2 of the guys have been wearing climbing boots to help. Samuelsson's just got ordinary trainers on and really pumping hard now. Christine getting excited. A couple of meters to go. It's going to be desperately close. And he's just outside. Can you believe it? But the closest anybody has come to Olofsson's time so far. Just over a second behind the Icelander. And there's still Riku Kiri and Jukka Ahola to come. But that's brilliant by Magnus Samuelsson. 2nd place so far.
And if you needed any proof at all of how hard these events really are, just look at Samuelsson now. A big man brought to his knees. And the big question, how much has it taken out of him?
Just coming up to the halfway point for Riku Kiri, and still the pace being set by Torfi Olofsson, 62.06, the target for Riku Kiri. And this man who's won competitions all over the world, watched by his wife Elizabeth. He's never won the big one. It's one he desperately wants to win, the World's Strongest Man. I wonder if this can be his year. 62 seconds, the target. Samuelsson, 63 and a bit. He's only got a couple of meters to go. It's going to be very, very close. Olofsson is safe, so is Samuelsson, but Riku Kiri goes into 3rd place. 66.28 ahead of Wout Zylstra. Only Jukka Ahola, the reigning World's Strongest Man, to go. Ahola, he's got 20 meters to go. One of the smallest men in this competition. He weighs just over 20 stones. But you can see by those immense shoulders just how powerful he is. Now, he's one of these guys who's got climbing boots on for extra grip. I wonder if it's going to help him. 10 meters to go. The only man now who can stop Torfi Olofsson winning his first event in this final. He's slowing just a little bit. 5 meters to go. Look at the effort and determination in Jukka Ahola. But he's lost it. Torfi Olofsson has won his first event. The clock stops at 66.50. He's still trying to check out the time. He doesn't know it yet, but I can tell you, he finishes in 4th place. I think he's going to be disappointed.
So the massive Icelander with his 60-centimetre biceps putting them to good use in that 2nd event. Samuelsson taking second place, Kiri in third, and Ahola fourth there, which means he's joint leader, along with Kiri and Samuelsson after those first two events. Very, very tight at the top. And the good news is the Swede's back on his feet.
So the last 5 meters I had no arm power left and I always use it. So I just had to go on sheer willpower. But of course afterwards you have to pay the price for it.
You paid quite a price. You didn't look very well.
I've been really hurt after this one, but it's a new day tomorrow and hopefully I can have a good night's sleep and I will become back stronger than ever tomorrow, I hope.
Well, the wind's getting up, as you can see, as we move along to the beach. Well, after the truck pull that was fairly self-explanatory, the Husafeld stone. The what stone, you say? Well, it's that, and it's steeped in Icelandic history. So who better to tell us all about it than the winner of the last event? Torfi, you're Icelandic.
Yeah.
Is this very important to your country, this thing?
It's like a holy stone. It's been around for centuries. So the history behind the stone, there was this priest. He lived at a place called Husafell, so his stone is named after the place, and his name was Snorri. If somebody came into his house for a drink, and after that he asked him to go out and try the stone. And the basic thing is to lift up the stone and work around this 50-meter circle. And if you fail, he call out his daughter, and she will take it out and go around. And if you are very weak, he call out his mother, and the mother will pick the stone up and walk around the circle.
So if you can't pick this up, you're not a man.
No, you're a mouse.
Well, the first man to go will be Mark Filippi. And quite simply, he and the rest of the competitors have to carry it down the course as far as possible. When they cross that white line at the end, they simply turn around and go back again. Time is totally immaterial. Distance is all important. 173 kilos, that's like carrying two 14-stone men. It's unbelievable. Well, Mark is just a shade under 6 feet tall. Some of the bigger men with the longer arms may do well in this event. But Filippi, he's setting a good pace for himself, isn't he? He's getting down this first half of the course pretty well. Now then, how much more? He completes 50 meters. Oh, it's a good performance. That's just like walking halfway down Wembley Stadium. Now he's over the halfway line and going pretty well. He's wobbling a bit. Oh, it's down. But Mark Filippi sets the pace, 69.51 meters. That's going to be pretty tough to beat, that's for sure.
The thing that failed on me was my hamstrings. Leaning back puts a strain on my hamstrings, and I felt good at 50. I thought I'd go quite a bit farther, and they just fatigue on you right away, and that's what basically had me lose it, because I started stumbling around a little bit. So for me, it's more my lower body having to lean back to balance the size of the stone out than more than anything else.
Berit Venneberg only managed 52 meters, and then the second American, Phil Pfister, the man with the biggest hands in the competition, with a huge effort, managed to better all previous performances to take the lead with 70.3 meters. But the big four was still to go. How would the defending champion get on?
Well, Torfi Olafsson of Iceland is reputed to be the master of this event, but Jukka Ahola has proved over the years that rock carrying is something he absolutely loves. So here we go. He's put a lot of sticky stuff on his chest to try and make that rock stick, but I don't think it's working. Now that rock should be carried high on the chest. It seems to be slipping all the time. He's moving his feet pretty quickly, but look at that, he's blowing a lot. Breathing when that rock is on the chest is so difficult. Oh my goodness, he's struggling already, and this is a huge surprise for the reigning champion. We've seen competitors one after the other just turn around and start to move back. Mark Filippi did that so well, but I think the champion's in serious trouble here. He's going to finish way down the field. He's got a grip of iron normally, but he's losing it. He's being urged on by the crowd, and it's just over 55 metres, 56 metres 10. Oh, big question mark there. What went wrong?
I was like a mouse, no power, nothing. I don't know why. But that's life. You never know what happened.
Now, big Riku Kiri, 6'4", weighs about 23 stones. Absolutely solid muscle as well. He's a real muscle man when he gets his shirt off. He's got those forearms taped just to help with the grip a little bit. Remember, he's still chasing this lead of 70 meters 30 by the American Phil Pfister. In fact, the Americans in first and second place, which is a bit of a surprise. Riku carrying that rock very, very high indeed. 173 kilos, 28 stones. It's phenomenal. Kiri, not the most mobile of men when it comes to sprinting. I was going to say making steady progress, but he's just losing his grip a little bit. Up it goes again. Makes the turn comfortably. The weightlifting belt just supporting the back, because as you heard Mark Filippi say, you lean back a little bit. There's a lot of pressure on the back as well. Kiri is really struggling. It looks as though he's almost like a car that's run out of petrol. The energy's just drained away, and he's gone down. Jukka Ahola's marker just on the right-hand side of the screen, and it is very, very close. Ahola, he's walking up the course to see exactly where the rock has landed. Oh, well, I don't know. Jamie Reeve from Great Britain, former world's strongest man, one of the marshals here, and very, very careful measurement. Disappointing for Riku Kiri, that's for sure, and a big surprise as well. He was expected to do well.
So confirmation that Kiri just edged ahead of Ahola, but both Finns falling below expectations. A lot of people say they just lose grip on the stone. What can you do to stop that happening?
There's nothing you can do. Just try to hang in there as long as you can and just try to get as most distance as possible done in the shortest time as possible. It's a really difficult event. This you can win it one time and you can be lost in it next time. Let's hope that this is the right time.
Well, Magnus Samuelsson has to be considered the favourite. He won this event last year in the final. Ideally equipped, 6'5½". Tremendously strong arms. He's a former world arm wrestling champion. Oh, he's absolutely right as well. He's going for this first 50 meters. And as we've seen with guys like Riku Kiri, when you run out of steam, it happens so quickly. Samuelsson on his way. And as soon as he makes the turn, all the leading contenders are within his sights. Creeping up now on Ahola's mark, he goes past and Riku Kiri. Oh my goodness, how on earth he's managing to hang on, I don't know. He's using chalk on his hands to try and help the grip, and he's gone past the leader. Phil Pfister is beaten. He wants more though. Approaching 80 meters, it may well be just short. Oh, fantastic by Magnus Samuelsson. And just one man to go. Torfi Olofsson. So has the Swede done enough?
And I felt right away I had a stone far too low. But I was thinking maybe I burned too much steam trying to adjust as I just kept on going.
And were you looking at the other marks and just determined to get past them?
Of course. But now it's Torfi's turn and he's unbelievably good in this event.
Well, nobody in the history of the Husafell stone has carried it as far as this man, but already, before he's even crossed the starting line, Torfi in a bit of trouble. Well, perhaps a miscalculation. My goodness, now this is wasting energy, that's for sure. Olofsson, though, a brilliant competitor at his best, but already the Husafell stone is slipping. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Olofsson, the pre-event favourite by everybody, and it's gone already. That is the worst performance we've seen. It's just over 20 metres. What on earth went wrong?
What was the problem, Torfi?
Too much, was so slippery. So it just ran away. Bad luck.
Bad luck.
Very bad luck.
So at last a win for Samuelson, but what an outstanding performance from the man from Silver Creek, West Virginia, Phil Pfister, in second place. Samuelson's now the overall leader, but the field's reduced to 8, Venneberg and Girard both withdrawing through injury and exhaustion. Hardly surprising. Well, from the ancient folklore of the Husafelt stone to the more modern sport of car rolling. Now, here's an event to get your or my insurance premium rocketing through the roof. I confess to having done it myself once or twice inadvertently, but these guys are going to do it deliberately, twice. Roll these cars, wheel to wheel to wheel, and then sprint to the finish line. And by the way, these cars weigh 700 kilograms. Well, in the first heat, major exertions from both Peter de Bruyn on this side and Torfi Olofsson on the far side, and then a moment of almost high comedy. Olofsson sprinting for the line, falling over, and de Bruyn beating him by a short head. More bad luck for the giant from Iceland.
It was actually funny seeing him crawling on his hands and knees to the finish line. I hope I've got him there. I mean, otherwise...
Yeah, I think you've won by 0.3 of a second, I think you were.
Otherwise, I'll feel very bad. I mean, if you can't beat a man crawling for the line, that's bad.
And so to the next heat, Jukka Ahola of Finland on the right-hand side, up against his teammate and countryman Riku Kiri. Ahola in third place overall and Kiri in second. I wonder which one of them will be the flying Finn after this event. Ahola perhaps better built for sprinting, but Riku Kiri is massively strong and I think he's just ahead. Ahola desperately trying to get this one over, and I think Kiri's got a problem. Now, did that car fall back on him when he tried to get it over? Ahola carries on and going well. That's one complete turn. He needs one more now. Peter de Bruyn's time, 37.88. It seems well within his compass at the moment. Just one more little flip and he's got it. Now the sprint is on. Ahola drives over the line. He's done it. 35.25. But what price has Riku Kiri paid? He's definitely injured. It could be his leg or his ankle. It hit him on the chin too. Oh my goodness, it rolled backwards. And that could be very costly indeed for Riku Kiri.
And that's the way it turned out. The combination of an ankle injury and now a hamstring pull would rule him out of the event. Europe's strongest man was not going to take over the world this time.
Vat Zylstra now in the white t-shirt up against Mark Filippi of the United States. Well, who is the sprinter? Who is the most powerful athlete? Mark Filippi's got a tremendous background in weightlifting. Zylstra, very talented as we've seen already. 35.25 seconds. Ahola's leading time so far. That barrel just being thrown underneath the car every time it goes upright so that it doesn't fall back on the competitor. That's Mark Filippi. Zylstra is really flying. This is a good time from Zylstra. Filippi is a long, long way behind. Come on now, big effort from Mark required here. Zylstra is really flying. He's certain to beat the time. And Filippi's car has fallen back down. Oh my goodness. His leg is trapped underneath him. Help arriving very quickly, but this looks very serious.
And it was. Mark, sorry to get you to relive this again, but just tell us what happened.
I was on my second roll and trying to get the car up high enough to get it over, and I got underneath it. I think I was in the sand and didn't have any support underneath my feet. It just came back on me. And just felt something pop in my knee.
It was very easy for me. I'm explosive. You know I have the world record weight fright, so I can use that power slap. So that was go very easy.
And a very big sprint for the finish.
I'm a good sprinter, eh? I told you.
Look out, Donovan Bailey.
Yeah. I think maybe I beat him. I'm very, I have a lot of speed. I'm a good sprinter.
An incredible time set by Wout Zylstra, 27.5. But what can Magnus Samuelsson or Phil Pfister of the United States do about it? The last pairing, Samuelsson on the far side, very experienced in this event. The first time Phil Pfister has ever encountered anything as difficult as this. And it shows. Samuelsson is going like a rocket. That's an incredible turn. Inside 10 seconds. Can he keep the momentum going? Look at the power. Oh, he thought he'd got it over. He was almost away to a false start there to the line, but he's got it anyway. An incredible time, 24.75, well inside Wout Zylstra's time. So easy in the end. Phil Pfister driving for the line. He was in Samuelsson's lane, but it doesn't matter. 36.56 for the American. But what about the Swede? Almost unbeatable at the moment. He obviously loves this atmosphere down at the beach. 2 events today, and he's won them both. Incredible.
Well, this is all going according to plan, isn't it?
No, I think it's going in the worst horrible way. Because my friend Mark had a really bad injury. So this was for him.
You're top and you're leading going into the 3rd day, so you must be feeling good about that, though, even accepting the injury.
Yeah, I am. The competition is going really good for me. Did I win this one?
Yeah.
Thank you. At the moment I'm leading, but we're only halfway. It's still 40 points to fight for. I hope I can at least take 30 of them.
So Samuelsson on a roll, so to speak. A 2nd consecutive victory for him. Zylstra 2nd, Ahola in 3rd place. And Samuelsson now has a lead of 7 clear points. Kiri may be 4th, but he's out of contention. And all those injuries mean we're left with just 5 now. Samuelsson, Ahola, Zylstra, Pfister and De Bruyne. Well, halfway through the competition now, back here at the mosque, but only 5 of the original 10 athletes still left in. So is it all too much for them? Rav Naik is head of the medical team out here. Are they putting too much pressure on their bodies?
It's certainly too much for people like you and I, John, but these athletes train carrying weights between 200 and 300 kilos. One of the challenges of this particular event is carrying those over some distance.
But when we hear that their heartbeat is up to sometimes 200 a minute, I mean, for us, that's sort of almost cardiac arrest time, isn't it?
It's interesting that you should say that, but the maximum heart rate is based upon 220 minus your age. Most of these guys are in their mid to late 20s, so you'd anticipate that their heart rate will be up around the 200 mark.
And you have medically tested them in advance to ensure they're fit enough for this?
Certainly, all of the athletes had ECGs and blood testing before they came out here, and when they got out here they had further medical tests. And in fact 2 of them didn't make it through to the final stage of the qualification based on those medical reports.
OK, Ralph, well, thanks very much. Well, this next event that's really going to test every sinew in their body is called the power steps. And what they have to do is they have to lift up these weights, 200 kilograms, that's 440 pounds. I can't even move it, and lift it up 6 steps to the top. Not once, but 3 times individual weights. Well, one of the lucky 5 who's going to have to do that is Peter De Bruyne of South Africa. Now, is this competition as a whole proving much tougher than you thought it would do?
Definitely, yes. We've trained very hard for this in preparation, but it's tended to be very hard.
Where specifically? Which parts of your body are suffering?
Mostly upper body. And it's become difficult to do 2 events a day and then still focus for the next day.
And this event is very, very hard, isn't it?
It is. It's very hard work, and it takes a lot out of you. But you need to pace yourself and just get the 3 weights on top.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So with only 5 competitors left altogether, Peter finds himself on his own to contest the power stairs. 600 kilograms to be hoisted up the 6 steps. Each one of those weights weighing in at the incredible total of 200 kilos. That's like a big car engine. The clock starts now. Well, as you can see, the legs, the back and the arms have got to be incredibly strong, and it does help if you're pretty tall like Magnus Samuelsson as well. And Peter making sure that that weight is all the way over the lip. The referee making sure as well. And this is when fatigue starts to kick in, when it really hurts. Oh. Peter, very disappointed that Gerrit Badenhorst, his training partner and teammate from South Africa, couldn't make it through to the final. Gerrit, in fact, has had to go back to his hometown of Bloemfontein to have an operation on his arm. Now, Peter, come on, what have you got left? The crowd are going to get behind him in a minute because this is where it becomes very, very difficult. You heard the doctor talking about incredible heart rates, and it's beginning to hurt now. It looks like a pretty good time to me. Come on, one last lift. And not quite. He's got to push it on all the way. That's it. Just over 64 seconds. In fact, 64.40, the exact time, and that is what the rest have to follow.
It wasn't too heavy. It was quite high. You had to lift it quite high, and the weight keep banging you against your inner thigh, and that makes it heavy, and it swing a lot. But it's not too difficult. But I don't want to kill myself at this moment. All I need to do is not to injure myself and hang in there.
Well, here we go. Jukka Ahola, world's strongest man last year, on the left-hand side, up against the American Phil Pfister.
USA.
I think Phil Pfister enjoying this experience. Jukka Ahola looking pensive, almost looking nervous. He's got to get a win here. Samuelsson is 7 points ahead, and time is running out. Off we go. Oh, Jukka Ahola is almost throwing those weights up. That is unbelievable. 200 kilograms is a massive weight. Phil Pfister, as you can see, some way behind, by far and away the taller of the two men. But Ahola is the one with the sheer power. Oh, 2/3 of the way there. And the clock hasn't even gone beyond 30 seconds. He's sprinting down the stairs. Samuelsson to go next. And he must be impressed with the performance of Jukka Ahola. Just 2 steps to go, and it's amazing. Jukka Ahola is going to stop the clock under 40 seconds, 39.75. I'm not sure anybody can beat that. That is simply phenomenal. Phil Pfister has got a long way to go yet. He's a young man. I'm sure he's got many big years left in him. In terms of world's strongest man, he's still learning all the time. And he's got a good coach at the moment. Ahola standing on top of the rostrum and giving the American a little bit of advice. But what a performance by the reigning champion. Pfister from Silver Creek. I think he's just about had it. Now, come on. Oh, he's just about an inch short on the top. I think he's had enough. Jukka Ahola, the master of the power stairs for the time being.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, it was okay. I'm very happy because it should be a good event, and it was.
Was it as easy as it looked?
It wasn't easy. The last one was a little bit tough because I'm so short. But it was okay, I'm happy.
Well, certainly Jukka Ahola looking much, much better in that event than he has done in some of the previous events. Now it's the turn of Magnus Samuelsson. First of all, Wout Zylstra introduced to the crowd. They absolutely love that man. And they know that Magnus Samuelsson's a bit special too. 7 points ahead of the field at the halfway stage. He's going to be tough to beat. Samuelsson. Oh, well, we saw Jukka Ahola get away to a blistering start, and I think the Swede's done it as well. Just 8 seconds for the first one. If you can imagine a deep freezer full of food, that is about the same weight as each of these weights. And that means that these guys are incredibly strong. Now Samuelsson is on target. Zylstra's going pretty well too. 39.75, the exact time he's got to beat. And just a little slip there by the Swede. It's going to be very, very close. Just one more to go. Yes, I think he's got it. The official clock says 38.47. That's maximum points once again. Zylstra in the hunt for good points too. 46.01, and he'll finish in 3rd place. Ahola's time was brilliant. Well, that makes Magnus Samuelsson a superman at that event. It was superb.
Yesterday, you said that today's events were not your good ones.
This event is really good for Schulstra and Ahola. So we're expecting to be third in it. But I'm still feeling great after yesterday, so I'm surprised I won this one.
You're now almost impossible to catch.
Still 30 points to fight for, but this helps it a bit on the way. So I'm closer and closer now.
Going against the form book maybe, but a third consecutive win for Samuelsson. Ahola 1.3 seconds adrift, and the giant Swede taking an iron grip on proceedings now. The world champion 8 points behind him. So it's very simple now. All you have to do is win this event and you've won.
Yeah, the only problem is that I can't win this event, I think. But I've been thinking that the whole week, so maybe I do.
Have you still got a chance, do you think?
I'm 10 points after Samuelsson, so he make mistakes 3 times, 2 times, but I think it's not possible.
And Jukka, what about you? Have you still got a chance?
I hope so. There's still 3 events left, and everything can happen.
It's still 30 points to fight for, and I can't start to relax already. So I will fight as hard as I can in every event until they say it's over.
Well, if Jukka Ahola had a joker to play in any of the events contested so far, it would be this one. He's complaining about something. Maybe the fact that this event is taking place outside. The sun is blazing hot as well. This 140 kilos. Only one man has done it so far. That's Peter de Bruyne of South Africa. Oh, it's a little bit unsteady. Gets it eventually. He's not happy about something. So, drawing level with Peter de Bruyne at the moment. Wout Zylstra now with the same weight. He really does get this crowd wound up. The man from Friesland in the Netherlands. Phil Pfister of the United States, the only man to have been eliminated so far in the competition.
Take your grip.
This as close as you would get to a weightlifting competition in World's Strongest Man. Rolls it up his chest. Oh, massively strong arms. He enjoyed that one. And the crowd loved it too. But I tell you what, we've got a real contest on our hands now. It's nail-biting stuff. Well, the next weight is 145 kilos for Peter de Bruyne. Already lifted 140 together with Jukka Ahola and Zylstra, but Samuelsson's best so far 137.5. So the overall leader is down in 4th place. Well, Peter de Bruyne, a real surprise package during this final, but he's competed so well. Big cheer from the crowd. Oh, he gets a second bite at the cherry. Not much push from the legs, but he's got it up somehow. Easy does it. No prizes for putting it down, but for the time being, a big surprise here. The South African is in the lead. Smiles all round for Peter. He's quite a modest man, but that was a great effort. Now Samuelsson. We had the calculators out before this event.
145 kilos.
He's trying 145. If he can win this event, he cannot be caught for the overall title. So this lift is absolutely crucial to stay in the hunt. Still Jukka Ahola to go, of course. And he knows just exactly how strong Jukka Ahola is. Now, can he get this up? He's got incredibly long arms. He's got to push it further than anybody else. But we know he's an incredibly strong man. It's gone. He's got 60 seconds to try it again. So the two marshals getting it back there just on that little rostrum. And for the first time in World's Strongest Man final, Samuelsson just struggling a wee bit. 145. I wonder if Magnus has miscalculated here just a little bit. Perhaps he should have gone at 140. Now, come on. Oh, it's gone again. Time is running out for the Swede. 10 seconds left, he's being told by Dougie Edmonds. I think he's had enough, and that means that Jukka Ahola's chances of lifting this title carries on into the last couple of events. Well, the bar has gone up once again, or should I say, we've got a new bar. It's a little amphitheatre of logs, ranging up to what, a massive 175. Ahola, though, on 147.5 now. That's an extra stone, 23 stones he's trying to lift there. Oh, fantastic. Well, the pre-event favourite has done it, and done it easily. He's still not a happy man, but he could come away from this event with 10 points. Ahola has closed the gap on Samuelsson, that's for sure. Now Wout Zylstra trying to attempt 147.5, exactly the same weight as Jukka Ahola. So this could be his best performance so far. He wants to beat everybody in every contest he takes part in, that's for sure. He's developed a real rapport with the crowd as well. They love him to bits. A new name to World's Strongest Man, but by far and away the most popular fella here at the moment. 147.5. Easy does it, up to the chest. Now he's got to drive the legs. Oh, he can have another go. Well, is he going to try it again or not? I think he is. He's pointing at his head, thinking, I've got to be mentally prepared for this as well as physically. Now, come on, you can do it. Oh, it would be incredible if he got this one. Oh. No, just feeling a little bit out of sorts there, but a brilliant performance, and he's going to come away from this competition with 8 points.
Well, Samuelsson was right. He couldn't win it. In fact, he came fourth, but that was just what Ahola needed. The South African second, and Zylstra, a good performance from him, in third.
Nearly, but not quite. But okay, I beat Samuelsson, and I told you before, I'm explosive. I'm an explosive man. But when I get tired, the explosion is gone.
What did you keep saying to people at the end of each lift?
Should I do one more, because it was only 147.5, because I have a little bit power left, but I'm winner now. I don't have to do it anymore. But it was funny log lift competition.
Log lifting, a constant source of humour to the Finns. But the competition's still alive, and the gap's now down to 5, with 2 events to go.
I'm not that worried. It's not over yet for sure.
Perfect.
But I'm pretty sure we'll be top 3.
Yeah. So we've come 60 kilometres east of Tangier to the wonderfully historic setting of Tétouan. There's been a city here since the 3rd century BC, and it was the capital of the Spanish protectorate until Moroccan independence in the 50s. And it's here, in front of the palace of King Hassan II, that the world's strongest man is going to be crowned today. 2 events to go. This, the penultimate one, is called the car circle. You lift it up like this, phenomenal pressure on forearms and biceps, and you take it as far as you possibly can around that central pivot over there. But of course, effectively, this could be the final event, because if Magnus wins this, the title is going to be his. So real pressure now on his remaining 4 opponents.
And the first we see is Phil Pfister of the United States. It's been a real learning curve for this young man.
Get ready!
He's learned a lot from his fellow competitors. but I don't think he's attempted anything like this before. The car weighs an incredible 380 kilograms. Away we go. Small, stuttering steps. And as John was saying, the pressure on the upper body is absolutely immense. Balance a big problem as well. Phil Pfister, well, you've got to say his first ever attempt at this is not a bad one, but it comes crashing down. Round about 250 degrees or thereabouts, and that is a real test for this young fella. 247.5 degrees for the American.
Magnus Samuelsson, Sweden.
Yeah! Well, Magnus Samuelsson knows that if he can win this competition, it's all over. He cannot be caught.
Ready.
The crowd know it too. He's got to lift it very high, being about 6 feet 6 tall. Oh, look at this. Slow but steady progress. And if anybody is well equipped to do this event well, it's Magnus Samuelsson. He's got massive arms. They're bigger than most people's legs. He's not going particularly fast. But he's got to be looking towards at least one complete... He's going past Phil Pfister. Samuelsson, well, almost coming to a grinding halt. It's getting lower and lower. Oh, the effort looked so painful for the Swede. And of course, Jukka Ahola looking for a big win here. As soon as it starts to go lower and lower, he's struggling. 314 degrees for Magnus Samuelsson. Well, he said that all throughout the competition. I want to win, I want to beat everybody. Trying to lock the arms together. The target, 314 degrees. That was set by Magnus Samuelsson. Zylstra enjoying himself so much here. Well, he's not going badly. Longer steps than Samuelsson. Making good progress, but he's gone down. Oh, a little bit of a push on there as well to try and get some extra distance. But the referees will make sure that they mark the spot where the car fell. Looking at his arms as if to say, well, what happened there? But the grip came away 266 degrees, and that is that.
Next up, De Bruyn, and this was a car too far for him, just 142.5 degrees, leaving him in last position.
Jukka Ahola, Finland.
And it's all down to Jukka Ahola. He's not the biggest man around, but he's solid muscle.
On the whistle.
He's got to beat Magnus Samuelsson here to have any chance going into the last event. A slow start, that's sensible. I think one or two competitors have come undone here by trying to go off too fast. This man's muscles seem to get bigger and bigger the more he goes round. His heart will be pumping. And remember, this car weighs about the same as two 30-stone men, if that's possible. And he's going past Samuelsson. That means he's got 10 points. And that means that we could be in for a fantastic finish. Checking to make sure he's won it. And there's no doubt about it. He's won by a mile in this event and kept his chances alive.
So Ahola wins it with Samuelsson in second place, and the competition is still alive just because the gap is now 4 points. And in the very last event, if Samuelsson were to come last and Ahola to win it, the Finn would retain his title by virtue of having won more individual events. But in reality, Samuelsson all but there.
You know, when you've been training for something your whole life and you're that close to reach it as I am now, I won't take nothing for granted.
Well, the last event is the medley. This involves weight carrying, tyre flipping and barrel hurling, and the first two have gone already, and De Bruyn didn't manage to finish the course. So if Samuelsson can get to the end, he will be the world's strongest man.
So here are the big three, and I mean big. Samuelsson, perhaps on his way to the title, but he's going to be chased all the way by the defending champion, Jukka Ahola. And Wout Zylstra, the new kid on the block, on the far side. Here they go, 200 kilograms, and it's moving pretty quickly. Samuelsson trying to stay with Ahola. That's all he must do. Now the 300 kilogram tire. Zylstra, in fact, moving into the lead, but now Samuelsson. He's going to finish with a flourish. Oh my goodness, this is dramatic. 3 75 kilogram barrels. Made to look feather-light by Magnus Samuelsson, now surely on his way to the title of becoming the world's strongest man. Ahola is out of it. The challenge has disappeared. Samuelsson knows he's won it. That is fantastic. His dream is fulfilled. Ahola, the reigning champion, is beaten. Congratulations from Wout Zylstra. One day perhaps for him. Magnus Samuelsson is now the world's strongest man, and he did it brilliantly. Christine, his wife, and of course his biggest supporter herself, Sweden's strongest woman. My goodness gracious me, what a formidable couple.
My father once told me that it doesn't matter which sport you choose to compete in as long as you become world champion. And now I've done it.
You are no longer the world's strongest man. What are your thoughts on what's happened over the last few days?
I can't say anything else, but Magnus was better this time, and next year I'll be back and I'll try to do my best.
I know that guys like Kiri, Ahola, Fleming, it's very good athletes, and you can never say that you're going to beat them. So I knew I needed a bit of luck to have a chance. But luckily for me, this time everything went my way. Maybe next time again it goes Ahola's way. And I'm very proud to win the competition where he is in the final.
What does it feel like when people say you are the world's strongest man?
I've only been it for 20 seconds or something, so it's kind of hard to say.
So Samuelsson winning that last event in style, and he took 4 out of the 8 events overall, and but for the log lift, he was never out of the first 3. And the final standings show him 6 points ahead of Ahola, with Zylstra in 3rd place. Well, obviously an immense achievement by all 5 men to complete the 8 events, but it's Samuelsson, 6'6", 22 stone, the farmer from Sweden, who lifts the Metrex trophy and realizes a lifetime ambition. All that training worthwhile, because he is now the world's strongest man.
I've noticed you around. I find you very attractive. I find you very attractive.
I'm stronger man in Morocco.
Would you go to bed with me?
Oh!
I've noticed you around. I find you very attractive.
We're talking about next year, where are they going to stage it? Do you fancy mile upon mile of uninterrupted white beach and swaying palm trees, Fiji, Tahiti, Barbados?
I think the perfect place for it will be Sweden. It's one of the most beautiful countries I've ever been in.
Of course, the thing is, no one's going to argue with you.
I don't think so.
So who'll be the strongest man in the world in 1999? Can Samuelsson retain his title? You'll be able to see it here on BBC Television.
Tonight, Tom Hanks stars in the big movie premiere Apollo 13 here on BBC One next.